Chapter 31. Yi Hao was speechless. He didn't expect to have such a weird father. But fortunately, he was good to him. Yi Hao was starting to suspect if the other princes were his biological sons. There was a group of people behind Yi Batian. Prime Minister Li, Prime Minister Song, and Qin Mo were all behind Yi Batian. Yi Hao greeted them one by one. But when he saw the cute little girl beside Prime Minister Li, his face turned black. Wasn't this the little girl who pinched his crotch that day? Although it was a misunderstanding, Yi Hao remembered that kind of pain. So she was Prime Minister Li's daughter. Li Luoyu saw Yi Hao looking at her and her cute little face blushed. She stuck out her tongue playfully at Yi Hao and then lowered her little head in embarrassment. Prime Minister Li looked at Yi Hao strangely and then looked at his daughter. His face revealed a sly smile. Just as everyone was about to enter the restaurant, the second prince and the fifth prince led a group of people over on horseback. They bowed to Yi Batian and greeted the other ministers. But Yi Hao noticed that there was a gap between the fifth prince and the second prince. They were no longer as servile as before. Maybe it was because of Cheng Yaojin and Hua Xiong. But there was another person beside the second prince. He was fat and dressed in silk and satin. He didn't look like a servant at all. Moreover, there were a few bodyguards behind him. Yi Hao used his probing skill and found out that they were people from the Ninth Heaven restaurant. And their strength was not bad. Guan Zhendong age, 45 occupation, intermediate chef strength, 7th level warrior friendliness, 60 identity, manager of the Ninth Heaven restaurant in Yi country. Greetings, Emperor Yi. Guan Zhendong cupped his fist and greeted. It was a simple greeting without much servility. It seemed that he didn't put Yi Batian's identity in his eyes. Isn't this Manager Guan? Why are you here? Yi Batian looked at Guan Zhendong and nodded. He didn't care about Guan Zhendong's attitude. It seemed that he was afraid of the power behind Guan Zhendong. This is not my disciple. He is your country's second prince's subordinate. He wanted to compete and asked me to come and have a look. Guan Zhendong said with a smile. His smile made the flesh on his face trembled. Oh! Yi Batian's expression changed as he looked at the second prince in confusion. Kang. Kang he too. Master A. Today, Kangla learned a few new dishes. I'm worried that Chijing's chef won't be good. Father, if you don't like it, I specially asked him to give you some advice. The second prince made up an excuse. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Yi Hao was too lazy to believe the second prince's lame excuse. Didn't he just want to cause trouble? Just say it directly. Since you are so confident, why don't we have a competition? How could the second prince let Yi Hao refuse? He immediately proposed a written competition. Why should I compete? Yi Hao looked at the second prince as if he was looking at a clown. What's wrong? You don't dare. If you don't dare, I can lend you Kang Le. Don't lose face at that time. The second prince was almost speechless, so he had to go at him. That's right. If you can't do it, then don't open a restaurant. No, second brother, just lend Kang Le to second brother. The second prince winked at the fifth prince, but the fifth prince pretended not to see it. He had to hint to the other princes. The other princes didn't have any backing, so they could only rely on the second prince. They had to accompany the second prince to go at Yi Hao. It's okay to have a competition, but there should be a prize. Yi Hao looked at the group of princes as if he was looking at a group of idiots. How could they go at Yi Hao? But since they had put their faces forward, Yi Hao would feel embarrassed if he didn't beat them. Okay, what's the prize? Seeing Yi Hao agree, the second prince was full of joy and asked hurriedly. Let's bet all your properties. What do you think? Yi Hao said surprisingly. What? Are you sure? The second prince was afraid that he misheard and asked loudly. Yi Hao was sure to lose. Where did he get the confidence to bet with him? Did he really have a good chef? Or was he just playing hard to get to scare him? The second prince couldn't make up his mind. How are you sure? Yi Batian asked in a low voice. The competition of the Imperial Dragon rankings was just around the corner. He couldn't help but worry. To be honest, He also wanted to pass the throne to Yi Hao. But if the second prince won the Imperial Dragon rankings again, he would have no choice but to make him the crown prince. This was the rule of the Yi family. Even if he became the emperor, he couldn't violate it. Besides, Kang Le's cooking skills were really good. He was even better than the imperial chefs in the palace. Besides, he had a chef from the Ninth Heaven restaurant with him. Yi Hao had no chance of winning. Besides, there weren't many famous chefs in the capital. They were either in the palace or in the Ninth Heaven restaurant. Where could Yi Hao find a chef? The ministers shook their heads and sighed. Yi Hao was still too young. He couldn't even stand a few provocations. Now, he was going to give back the shop he just got. On the contrary, Zhu was very optimistic about Yi Hao. He believed that Yi Hao would not fight a battle without a strategy. Although he had not been in contact with Yi Hao for a while, when he saw Yi Hao's relaxed expression, he was sure that Yi Hao was very capable. As for Johong Chestnut and the others, they had 8 divine chefs. It would be difficult for them to lose. They silently mourned for the second prince for 3 minutes. Zhao Zilong stood aside and carefully protected Yi Hao. He found that the princes all had good experts around them. At the same time, he reminded himself not to be careless in the future. These princes weren't simple. It seemed that he had to find a chance to report to his master. Second brother, it's obvious that the kid is faking it. Don't you believe in Kang Le's strength? He can even make a living person appear. You can't compete with him, the fifth prince whispered into the second prince's ear after Cheng Yaojin's attack fell. In Cheng Yaojin's words, let them fight. Anyway, it was good for them to lose. The fifth prince had already listened to Cheng Yaojin's words. However, he didn't know that Cheng Yaojin was one of Yi Hao's men and could take his life at any time. All right then. Father, please be my witness. If I lose, I will hand over all my shops to you. The second prince was convinced by the fifth prince's words that Yi Hao was feigning calmness, so he spoke confidently. All right, I will be your witness. Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao and saw that he was full of confidence. He had no choice but to agree. Chapter 32. What? 18th brother, don't tell me that you know you will lose, so you just give up. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. They looked at Yi Hao strangely. The fourth prince even asked in a mocking manner. At the same time, the fourth prince was worried. If the second prince won the store easily, the second prince would have an advantage in the Imperial Dragon list. Don't be rash. Yi Batian said seriously. He also thought Yi Hao had given up from the bottom of his heart. Father, you'll know after the competition. Yi Hao didn't expect that Yi Batian didn't think he would win either. Seeing the second prince so confident, Yi Hao couldn't stand it. You compete with my second brother's subordinate. Go easy on him. Don't let him lose too badly. Yi Hao pointed at a waitress, who was one of the 5 intermediate chefs. Yi Hao didn't think she was arrogant. After all, Yi Batian thought highly of Kang Le, so he must be outstanding. However, an intermediate chef was enough. You've gone too far, Kang Le said angrily. He didn't expect that Yi Hao would use a girl to humiliate him. A girl might not even be able to pick up an iron wok, let alone compete with him. The iron wok used by a chef was different from the iron wok of an ordinary family. Even a man might not be able to pick it up without practicing for a long time. However, Yi Hao used a girl to humiliate him and said he should go easy on him. If it weren't for Yi Hao's identity, Kang Le would have fought with Yi Hao. Kang Le, don't be angry. If you win, I'll give you a big reward. Although the second prince also felt that Yi Hao was humiliating him, he was more sure that Yi Hao was at his wit's end. If so, he would definitely win, so he comforted him in a good mood. Since that's the case, why don't we compete outside so that everyone can broaden their horizons? The second prince wanted to embarrass Yi Hao in front of everyone, so of course, he couldn't compete in the kitchen at the back. Let's see if your people can't even pick up the wok. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, Yi Hao had left a good impression on everyone, but he was still too young. What was the use of a moment of anger? Although they couldn't bear to see Yi Hao lose, Everyone still wanted to see Kangla's culinary skills. Everyone in the capital city knew about the Nine Heavens restaurant, but it wasn't something that the commoners could afford. This Kangla also had a certain reputation, and he was Guanzhendong's disciple. His culinary skills must be extraordinary. Since they couldn't afford it, they still wanted to broaden their horizons. The Yi Batian could not go against the will of the people. He had no choice but to order people to quickly build 2 stoves at the entrance. In a short while, the 2 stoves were completed. "You may begin," Yi Batian ordered as he sat down with the ministers and emperors. "Little girl, do you need me to go easy on you?" Kangla looked at Little Meng provocatively. Little Meng ignored him. Kangla snorted coldly and began to cut the vegetables. Then, he started the fire. His movements were smooth, and it was obvious that he had some culinary skills. It seems that Kangla's culinary skills have improved. Guanzhendong rubbed his chin and said with satisfaction. On the other hand, Little Meng stood there motionless, staring at Kangla. 18th brother, is your subordinate scared silly? The second prince said mockingly. Your Highness, can she do it? Ju Quan asked softly as he was also a little nervous. Don't worry. Soon, a dish was ready on Kangla's side. The air was filled with the aroma of the dish. Little Meng started to work, but she was tidying up and washing the dishes slowly. Kangla looked at Little Meng with disdain. Just as he was about to mock her again, he saw Little Meng waving the kitchen knife in her hand. Her knife skills were as smooth as flowing water, as if she was dancing. Everyone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. She could cut the vegetables so beautifully. In a short while, more than a dozen vegetables were cut into different shapes, strips, dices, slices, shreds. One by one, they fell on the plate in front of them. This little girl has such knife skills. Not bad, not bad. Yi Batian praised repeatedly. Even Guanzhendong was slightly surprised. Even he couldn't compare with her knife skills. Could it be that there were really hidden talents in Yi? In fact, Guanzhendong couldn't be blamed. The knife skills of the chefs in this world were not as particular as the ones on Earth. If the knife speed was fast enough, it would be fine as long as the knife was sharp and accurate. However, most of the chefs were thinking about how to make the dishes taste good. No one would put in much effort in their knife skills. Second prince, don't worry. Her knife skills are at least more than 10 years old. This girl is still young and only focused on knife skills. Her cooking skills are definitely not good enough. Guanzhendong saw the worried look on the second prince's face and told him his thoughts. Moreover, look at the heat on the stove. Even I wouldn't dare to do that. Guanzhendong said with more certainty after seeing Little Meng's actions. The second prince was slightly relieved. But then, Little Meng quickly cooked one dish after another. Moreover, they were all dishes that no one had ever heard of before. Each dish had its own style, and there were all kinds of dishes. They were fresh and rich, spicy and spicy. Moreover, each dish was like a piece of art, placed in front of everyone. After finishing, she quickly carved a few decorations and placed them on each plate. Each of the carvings was vivid and lifelike. What kind of dish is this? Guanzhendong was shocked. Just by smelling the aroma, it was enough to make one salivate. He knew that this girl's cooking skills were not inferior to his. Was she really just a waitress? And how old was she? Quickly bring it over for me to taste. Yi Batian said anxiously. In the world of 10,000 kingdoms, there were only a few types of dishes. However, Little Meng's dishes were all new. Yi Batian could not wait to try them. Imperial father, this is called shredded pork with yuxiong. This is called kung pao chicken. This is called sliced beef and chili lung. Yi Hao was very happy when he saw Yi Batian eating heartily. After all, this was his father. Because Little Meng was a Sichuan chef, she cooked Sichuan cuisine. Yi Hao introduced them one by one. Yi Batian did not have the time to care about Yi Hao. He was a typical foodie. Once he had food, he forgot about his son. He no longer had the bearing of an emperor. He wolfed down the delicacies on the jade plate in front of him. Every dish was a feast for the eyes. The aroma wafted around the nose of everyone. Seeing the emperor eating so happily, everyone secretly swallowed their saliva. Even Guan Zhendong's gaze was on the plate. Kang Le was the most embarrassed here. He stood by the stove and looked at the dishes in the pot. He did not know whether to cook or not. No one was looking at him. Everyone was staring at Yi Batian and the dishes on the table that were about to be finished. Guan Zhendong looked at little Meng with shining eyes. If he could recruit such a good seedling to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, it would definitely be a great achievement. Then, his position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion would skyrocket. As for Yi Hao, he did not even put him in his eyes. People strive to climb higher. He believed that as long as he gave the conditions, little Meng would definitely not reject. Chapter 33. My lords, there is a menu inside. What would you like to order? The waiter will serve you. Yi Hao gave Shen Wansan a look. Shen Wansan immediately ran out and helped to arrange the seats. Everyone was shocked when they saw the price on the menu. They felt their hearts ache. It was too expensive. But when they thought of the aroma of the dishes, the emperor's expression when he wolfed down the food, and then looked at the pictures on the menu that made them drool, they all wanted to order all of them. They couldn't wait to order all the dishes. Just looking at them made them drool. It was very difficult for them to choose. They didn't know which dish to eat because they had never seen any of the dishes before. They wanted to try every dish. However, some people had already taken advantage of the situation. Not long after, fragrant delicacies were served on the table. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but ask the waitress and waiter to place their orders. Guan Zhendong was stunned when he saw this scene. Did he pick up a family of chefs? He wanted to enter the kitchen but was immediately blocked. When he glanced at them, he found that they were the same 5 men and 5 women. They were all so young. Dishes were served quickly. Guan Zhendong looked at the dishes and the tempting aroma. He knew that none of the dishes were inferior to little Meng's. No, I have to report this to my superiors. Guan Zhendong realized the seriousness of the problem. But he still ran over and ordered a few dishes to try. He wanted to see how they tasted. Where did you find so many chefs? Yi Batian had moved to a private room. He looked down at the hall and asked. This. Yi Hao didn't know what to say. It's okay if you don't want to say. Yi Batian saw Yi Hao's awkward expression and didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Hao. But, you can lend 1 or 2 of these chefs to my father. My father is tired of those imperial chef's dishes. Yi Batian stared at Yi Hao with a cunning look. No problem, Yi Hao agreed. Anyway, he had 8 special grade chefs in his hands. Although he could have as many intermediate grade chefs as he wanted, he also understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Originally, he had wanted the 8 special chefs to personally cook for him. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. These intermediate chefs were enough. If this gluttonous father emperor were to ask him for special chefs, he would suffer a huge loss. Are you prepared for the Imperial Dragon list in 2 days? Yi Batian asked. Ursi Hen is already prepared. Yi Hao saw that Yi Batian seemed to have something on his mind, so he asked, does Imperial Father have something on his mind? Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to tell that he had something on his mind. I don't know where your 5th brother got his hands on an expert named Hua Xiong. I've sent someone to investigate his identity. Yi Hao was shocked when he heard that. It can't be that they found out about me, right? However, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. I found nothing wrong with his identity. Moreover, his strength is extraordinary. He can be considered a top expert in our country. Yi Hao relaxed. That's a good thing. Imperial Father, why are you still worried? Yi Hao didn't understand. Imperial Father is worried about you. Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao lovingly. Your Imperial Mother passed away when you were young. Imperial Father hasn't taken good care of you. I hope you won't blame Imperial Father. With me around, your brothers won't dare to do anything. But if something happens to me one day, none of them will have the talent to become an emperor. But it's precisely because each of them has their own army that they won't submit to anyone. At that time, The country of Yi will be destroyed in my hands. Now, your fifth brother is recommending Hua Xiong to me to become the commander of the Imperial Guards. I really don't know what to do. No matter how much I don't like him, he's still my son. Yi Batian slowly revealed his worries. Because he didn't have anyone to discuss it with. Now that he was on the throne, he could still suppress the officials. However, the officials had their own factions. This was something he couldn't change. Imperial Father, our country of Yi needs capable people to take on great responsibilities. Since Imperial Father says that Hua Xiong is talented, then let's make him the commander of the Imperial Guards. Yi Hao persuaded. In any case, Hua Xiong was one of them. He was the one who ordered Hua Xiong to do so. You really think so? Aren't you afraid? Yi Batian asked in surprise. At the same time, he was interrupted by Yi Hao before he could finish his sentence. Imperial Father, fifth brother got Hua Xiong because of fifth brother's ability. This shows that he's outstanding. Moreover, I plan to go out and gain experience after the Imperial Dragon ranking competition ends. I plan to recruit talents and cultivate my own forces. Yi Hao continued to pretend to be selfless. At the same time, he told his father about his plan to go out and gain experience. You've already made your own plans. Yi Batian discovered that his precious youngest son had made him look at him in a new light. He liked him even more. Yes. Imperial Father, please allow me to do so. Yi Hao confirmed. Then do you need me to send some Imperial Guards to protect you? No need. Imperial Father, if you send the Imperial Guards, you'll be violating the ancestral rules. Yi Hao didn't want to bring a large group of people to watch over him. Although Yi Batian had good intentions. You stinking brat, you want to use the ancestral rules to suppress your father? Yi Batian scolded jokingly. After hearing Yi Hao's words, Yi Batian knew that he was worried for nothing. His son was incomparable to his other sons. His future achievements wouldn't be lower than his own. Then Imperial Father, I'll go back to the palace. We're about to go to war with Zhao. There's still a pile of memorials waiting for Imperial Father to go to war. I'll capture your fiancée and bring her back to be your wife. Yi Batian stood up and acted like an old man. He didn't look like an emperor at all. Yi Batian had only been so relaxed in front of two people in his life. One was Yi Hao, and the other was Yi Hao's mother. Thinking of this, Yi Batian's eyebrows were filled with longing. Remember to send 2 cooks to show filial piety to your father. Yi Batian shook his head and said sadly. He was just a small emperor of a 10th grade country. He didn't know if he could see his father again in this lifetime. Don't worry, Imperial Father. Yi Hao looked at Yi Batian strangely and promised. Set up the table and return to the palace. Eunuch Ju shouted happily. It was rare to see Yi Batian so happy. The noise on the first floor immediately disappeared. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and stood up to send them off. You don't have to worry about me. Continue eating. Yi Batian waved his hand and said. He walked out with the eunuchs and guards. At this moment, many people were sneaking glances into the flaming Emperor Tower. When they saw the guards coming out of the tower, they put their hands on their waists. Chapter 34. What's wrong? How Yi Batian stopped and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. He didn't understand why Yi Hao asked him to stop. Yi Hao didn't say anything. Instead, he kept using appraisal on the passers-by. However, he didn't find anything wrong even after using it 5 or 6 times. Am I overthinking? Yi Hao thought he was hallucinating. Just as he was about to say that it was fine, he inadvertently used appraisal on a man who had walked to the corner. Men, catch him! Yi Hao shouted. All the royal guards heard the order and immediately rushed towards the man. The assassin didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. He immediately ran into the crowd with the royal guards chasing after him. Brothers, kill Yi Batian. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Immediately, the crowd on the street became even more panicked. Many people took advantage of the chaos and moved closer to Yi Batian. On the other hand, the remaining royal guards could not find the assassin at all. Protect His Majesty. The royal guards surrounded the entrance of Yanghuang Tower. Zilong, help me protect Imperial Father. Yi Hao snatched the saber from the hands of an Imperial guard and ordered. When he used appraisal, he had already discovered 4 or 5 assassins approaching him. If it weren't for the system, Yi Hao definitely wouldn't have discovered them. If he was any later and even more assassins approached him, he would be in danger. Yi Hao used appraisal and found that these people were all from the kingdom of Zhao. However, there was an additional word assassin in their information. That was why Yi Hao could easily discover the assassins' identities. Moreover, these assassins were much stronger than the royal guards. Be careful. Quickly go and protect His Majesty. Yi Batian was afraid that Yi Hao would be in trouble and ordered the royal guards. Your Majesty, please believe in Master's strength. Zhao Zilong was standing beside Yi Batian with the courage of Dragon's silver spear in his hand. You are Hao's subordinate. Yi Batian looked at the silver-robed young general beside him and asked. Yes, I am. Zhao Zilong was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not afraid of Yi Batian at all. In his eyes, only his master could make him submit. He was not afraid of anyone else. Not bad. Yi Batian nodded. He was very satisfied with Zhao Zilong's performance. It seemed that Hao had really grown up. He was able to obtain such a good general at such a young age. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. No wonder he was Yi Batian's son. Yi Hao used the shadow butterfly steps non-stop, shuttling through the crowd. After a few days of practice, he had basically mastered the shadow butterfly steps. It was just that he was lacking in mastery, but Yi Hao was already very satisfied. Hey, bro, you dropped your money. Yi Hao appeared behind an assassin and patted him on the shoulder. The assassin was stunned, but his years of training allowed him to react quickly. Viciousness flashed in his eyes, and a dagger slipped out of his sleeve. He quickly stabbed backward, aiming for Yi Hao's vital point. Bro, your reaction is too slow. Yi Hao's voice came from behind him again. The assassin knew that things were not good. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He only saw a large knife cutting through his waist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 3rd-ranked warrior assassin. The reward is 30 soul points. After killing an assassin, Yi Hao did not stop and immediately ran towards another assassin. This assassin had already noticed Yi Hao. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 darts were shot out. Yi Hao did not expect the opponent to have such a move. He hurriedly dodged and at the same time used his knife to hit one of the darts. The assassin did not expect to kill Yi Hao with the darts. At the same time he threw the darts, he was already holding a dagger and quickly stabbed towards Yi Hao's heart. If he stabbed it, Yi Hao would definitely die. The assassin's face revealed a mocking smile, as if he could already see Yi Hao dying under his knife. Yi Hao had already noticed that the assassin was about to attack him. It seemed that his combat experience was still insufficient. He immediately used the butterfly shadow steps and narrowly avoided the assassin's fatal attack. Dang tilde, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. It was the sound of the assassin's dagger hitting Yi Hao's knife. The assassin's wrist that was holding the dagger went numb. He could not believe that a child could have such strength. Yi Hao saw the assassin in a daze and knew that his opportunity had come. Butterfly shadow steps. Yi Hao chopped at the assassin's head. The assassin's head rolled to the ground. Blood spurted out from his neck, forming a pillar of blood, and then he fell to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th-ranked warrior assassin. The reward is 60 soul points. Yi Hao ignored the system's notification and continued to kill the next assassin. The assassin was shocked and puzzled. He had hidden so well in the crowd, how did he get discovered by this brat? The assassin did not dare to delay. He looked at the assassin not far away and gave him a look. Both of their eyes flashed with a sinister light. This child had killed both of them. They definitely could not let him live. Come on, grandson. Let me see what you're capable of. Yi Hao was also excited to kill. He raised the knife in his hand and charged towards the 2 assassins. Die. Yi Hao used all his strength and fiercely slapped the assassin's head with the flat of his knife. Instantly, The assassin's strength was more than 1,200 kilograms. Even though the assassin was also a warrior, he could not withstand such a huge force. His entire head was like a watermelon that had been split open. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, mixed with the white brain. Some of it splattered on the ground while others splattered on the panicked crowd. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an assassin. The reward is 40 soul points. Many people who saw this scene did not even bother to run. They directly squatted on the ground and vomited. You can also die for me. The other assassin's dagger cut through Yi Hao's clothes. Fortunately, it did not injure his flesh. He was just stunned by the way his companion died and completely forgot to dodge. Yi Hao's body flipped backwards and the knife in his hand directly pierced into the assassin's chest. Then, he used all his strength to pull it out. A stream of blood spurted onto Yi Hao's face. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-stage assassin. The reward is 30 soul points. Yi Hao's image had already caused all the assassins to fear him. How was this a child? He was simply the son of the devil. Moreover, his martial arts were not inferior to these well-trained assassins. What made them most afraid was that Yi Hao seemed to have a spiritual consciousness. Yi Hao's body seemed to have half a spiritual eye. No matter how they hid in the crowd, Yi Hao was able to accurately find them and kill them. Yi Hao was already covered in blood. The blade in his hand was also dripping with blood. Yi Hao did not want to let anyone go. He killed the assassins while constantly using examine on the crowd. Is that still the 18th prince? How can he have such profound martial arts skills? It's simply too terrifying. Chapter 35. Eldest brother, what do you think of 18th brother's martial arts? The fourth prince was stunned and asked in a daze. I won't lie about the martial arts competition of the Imperial Dragonless. The first prince glanced at the fourth prince and said with lingering fear. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Was he the little fool who was always bullied? He was like a little devil. Fortunately, he was not one of those assassins. Second brother, what's wrong with you? The fifth prince moved closer to the second prince and was also very shocked. However, he did not show much respect on his face. We can't let him live, the second prince said with a gloomy face. He felt that Yi Hao was a threat to his position. Moreover, he had just lost all his shops, which made him hate Yi Hao even more. If he let him live, he would become a big trouble. The fifth prince nodded, agreeing with the second prince. However, he did not notice that Cheng Yaojin, who was behind them, was staring at their backs with murderous intent. It's too late. Retreat. One of the assassins knew that the assassination had failed. If they continued, they would all die here today. So, he immediately shouted. Yi Hao killed 2 more people who did not have time to escape. Then, he used the detection skill. He did not stop until he found that there were no assassins around. Father, are you all right? Yi Hao asked when he saw Yi Batian surrounded by the Imperial Guards and Zhao Zilong standing next to him. He knew that he should be fine, but he still asked. Father, I'm fine. How are you hurt? The Imperial Guards made way for them. Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao with concern. He was afraid that Yi Hao was hurt. They are just a few thieves. Yi Hao said indifferently. At the same time, he felt that he was fine. That's because my son is very skillful. Perhaps even my father can't catch up with you. Yi Batian was not affected by the assassins at all. On the contrary, he was even happier when he saw Yi Hao's skills. He was smiling. Your Majesty. An Imperial Guard came forward and said. Speak. Your Highness, we killed a total of 9 assassins, but we didn't find any useful information on them. We didn't have any casualties, the Royal Guard said nervously, afraid that Yi Batian would blame him. A bunch of trash. Yi Batian rebuked angrily. He was most worried about the unknown origin of the enemy. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. How could he not be angry when he could not even figure out the origin of the enemy after such a long time? Yi Hao couldn't reveal that he had a system, so he could only pretend to guess. Father, You're angry. I'm guessing that these assassins are from the Zhao kingdom. Why? Yi Batian did not understand why his youngest son was so sure that the assassin was from Zhao. That's right, my 18th brother. You can't jump to conclusions just because you are good at martial arts. The second prince seized the opportunity to ridicule him. Second brother, when are you going to give me the contract? You. The second prince was so angry that he was speechless. Second brother is right. 18th brother, you can't make wild guesses. Before we find evidence, no one can say for sure where these assassins came from. They could be remnants of the rebel army. The first prince also saw Yi Hao as a big threat and stood up for the second prince. Reporting to your majesty, the commander has returned. At this moment, the group of people who had gone to chase after the assassin returned. Wentian, how was it? Did you catch the assassin? Yi Batian asked. Nangong Wentian had an apologetic look on his face. Reporting to your majesty, your subordinate is incompetent. We had already caught the assassin, but he was killed by his accomplice. All right, I don't blame you. Yi Batian said disappointedly. However, from the assassin we caught, we found out that he was from the Zhao kingdom. Just as I was about to continue asking, the assassin was killed. Nangong Wentian saw Yi Batian's disappointed expression and continued, your subordinate suspects that the assassin was sent by the Zhao kingdom. What? The second prince shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. What's wrong, your majesty? Nangong Wentian looked at the second prince in confusion. Making a fuss over nothing, where are your manners? Yi Batian reprimanded in dissatisfaction. Your subordinate knows his mistake. The second prince hurriedly admitted his mistake after being reprimanded by Yi Batian. Wentian, before you returned, Hao had already told me that the assassin might be from the Zhao kingdom. However, we didn't believe him. Now, it seems like it's true. It was obvious that Yi Batian and Nangong Wentian had a good relationship. He was able to answer Nangong Wentian's doubts. Your Majesty, the 18th prince is truly exceptionally intelligent. Nangong Wentian praised. By the way, I saw 8 or 9 assassins outside. Who killed them? There were 2 people with decent skills here. One was himself, and the other was Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo had been sent to close the city gates and wasn't here. Nangong Wentian didn't know that there were many people here who were not weaker than him. Zhao Zilong was even stronger than him. He was only a low-ranked martial artist, while Zhao Zilong was a high-ranked martial artist. See for yourself, Yi Batian said with a smile. It can't be. Nangong Wentian's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Yi Hao. Only Yi Hao was covered in blood. However, he couldn't believe it. He was still a child. Nangong Wentian knew that the assassins caught were extraordinary. Some of them had reached the 7th stage of martial artist. One must know that assassins could kill people above their level. Their hiding skills were even better. Nangong Wentian asked him to find 9 assassins in the crowd and kill them. He couldn't do it. Could it be that the 18th prince was more powerful than him? Nangong Wentian didn't dare to think about it. Your Majesty, the 18th prince, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You are proficient in both civil and martial art. Nangong Wentian praised sincerely. Thank you for your praise, General Nangong. Yi Hao didn't get carried away. It was as if he had done something insignificant. This made Nangong Wentian look at him in a new light. All the civil officials now knew how powerful Yi Hao was. They didn't know martial arts. They only thought that Yi Hao had killed ordinary assassins. They didn't expect him to be a martial artist. Even so, Yi Hao had already shocked them. They didn't expect that the assassins would be so powerful. Even Nangong Wentian had a lingering fear after saying that. They could imagine how powerful the assassins were. Yet, they were easily killed by Yi Hao. Nangong Wentian's strength was very clear to all the officials present. He was one of the top experts in the country of Yi. He was like the emperor's brother. For him to say that the younger generation will surpass us in time, one could imagine how powerful Yi Hao was. The way the officials looked at Yi Hao changed again. This genius 18th prince seemed to have become even more monstrous after 3 years. He was proficient in both civil and martial arts. He could defeat hundreds of officials with his literary skills. He could defeat generals with his martial arts skills. Chapter 36. Although there were a lot of problems on the first day of business, everything was progressing in a good direction. Although Yanghuang restaurant's dishes were extremely expensive, no one could resist the temptation. Who wouldn't want to try something novel and delicious? Ever since Yi Batian left, the stove in Yanghuang restaurant hadn't stopped burning. The 10 intermediate chefs kept changing shifts and cooking non-stop. A few of the iron pots were burnt out. The customers who came in all had bulging wallets. When they left, their wallets were empty, but their stomachs were full. All of them left satisfied. Yanghuang restaurant was busy from noon until 9 p.m. Even Liu Shuofeng and the others were recruited to serve as waiters. In the end, it still wasn't enough, so Yi Hao decided to let Zhao Zilong serve as waiters. Although Zhao Zilong couldn't bring himself to do it, he didn't dare to refuse Yi Hao's orders. Even with a dark cloud hanging over his head, he also became a waiter. Your Highness, isn't it a little too much to let Brother Zilong serve as a waiter? Zhou Chestnut said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Only His Highness would use a peak martial general expert as a waiter. It's fine, it's fine. Look at how energetic Brother Zilong is. Yi Hao's mouth was stuffed with snacks. He was lying on a rocking chair, swinging his 2 small legs while enjoying Zhou Chestnut's massage. Zhao Zilong happened to pass by. When he heard Yi Hao's words, he almost dropped the stack of plates in his hands. Zhou Chestnut giggled when he saw Zhao Zilong's embarrassed look. Sister Ling, you look really good when you smile. Yi Hao's 2 small eyes stared straight at Zhou Chestnut. After dinner, Yi Hao sat at the table and listened to Shen Wansan's report. Master, the accounts have been calculated. Okay, how much did we earn today? Yi Hao was also a little nervous. No matter what, this was his first business in this world. A total of 180,000 taels. Shen Wansan looked at Yi Hao nervously. Oh my god. 180,000 taels. Zhou Chestnut, who was standing behind Yi Hao, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Not bad. It's worth 18,000 taels of gold. Yi Hao was quite satisfied with this figure. In the past, a restaurant like this would only earn 100 taels of gold a day at most, while the gladiator arena only earned a little more than 1,000 taels of gold. Yi Hao was very satisfied that his shop could earn 18,000 taels of silver a day. Master, I'm talking about gold. Shen Wansan reminded him. There was a hint of pride in his tone. After all, this was the first thing he did for his master. He had to make sure that his master was satisfied. How is this possible? Yi Hao couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He knew the price of the dishes. Although the price had increased by more than 10 times and the business was very good, it was impossible for them to earn so much money. Your Highness, it's because most of the customers were afraid that they wouldn't be able to book a table tomorrow, so they paid a deposit in advance. Moreover, the reservations are all for the day after tomorrow, Shen Wansan explained. This was your idea, wasn't it? Yi Hao was enlightened when he heard this. He guessed that it must be Shen Wansan's idea. One had to know that there was no such thing as a reservation in this world. It seemed that Shen Wansan was really trying his best to keep the customers here. He was indeed a talented businessman. However, when he thought of reservations, Yi Hao thought of the membership cards in his previous world. However, this world was too backward and it was impossible. Nevertheless, Yi Hao still told Shen Wansan about it, hoping that he could learn from it. Master's ideas are really unprecedented. Wansan can't match up to you, Shen Wansan praised sincerely. Master, we need to strike while the iron is hot. From today onwards, Yanghuang Tower's reputation will be known by everyone in the capital. Shen Wansan took out a pile of store contracts from the second prince and handed them to Yi Hao. I heard from Miss Hongling that since Master is going to participate in the Imperial Dragon ranking, we won't have a chance to participate in the wealth ranking. However, We originally had a chance to participate in the average daily profit ranking. However, the second prince lost more than 70 stores to you and directly reduced the average daily profit. Yi Hao had already asked Yi Batian before. The average daily profit was the profit earned by the store divided by the time the store was taken over. It wasn't calculated by a year. As Yi Hao had only taken over the store yesterday, it had to be calculated from yesterday. Therefore, Yi Hao still had a chance to win. However, the second prince seemed to have predicted this. He had gotten a bunch of store contracts from God knows where. Yi Hao didn't need most of the stores for the time being and would definitely drag him down. There were still 3 days left. Although they had made a profit of 180,000 yuan today, most of the money came from the reservations made in the past few days. In other words, Yanghuang Tower wouldn't be able to make any money in the next few days and would definitely lose. It was rare for Yi Hao to look at the contracts in his hands seriously. Looking at the 5 contracts, he said with satisfaction, "Looks like WN-san has thought it through. In that case, we've earned enough money from the upper class. Then we'll clean up the previous restaurants and send 5 intermediate chefs over. As for these 5 restaurants, it doesn't matter how bad the decorations are as long as they can shelter us from the wind and rain." Yi Hao looked at the 5 land deeds in his hands. They were the land deeds for the 5 restaurants. However, Shenwan-san had told him that these stores were very shabby. Lower the price to the standard of a normal restaurant. "Old Hao, I want to go by quantity. Out of the remaining 30 beginner chefs, each family will have 6. Old Li, you'll have to work hard tonight. I'll have to trouble you to lead everyone and rush out the recipes." Yi Hao was rarely serious as he assigned tasks to everyone. "Don't worry, Your Highness, even if I don't sleep tonight, I'll lead everyone to rush out the recipes." Old Li knew the seriousness of this matter. This was related to the Imperial Dragon ranking competition. He would definitely do his best to help Yi Hao draw out the recipes. "Thank you, everyone." Yi Hao stood up and thanked them. After all, these were all famous painters in the capital city. They were just relying on him and weren't his slaves. "Xiaofeng, go and recruit waiters and waitresses for me tomorrow morning. You can pay them a little higher." Yi Hao then instructed Liu Xiaofeng. Because these beginner chefs were all assigned to cook, they were even more understaffed. Yi Hao really couldn't bear to use his resurrection points and soul points. If he used them all on the restaurants, it would be a waste of talent. After thinking for a long time, Yi Hao still decided to spend money to recruit people. Moreover, even if he summoned ordinary people in the future, Yi Hao couldn't let them be waiters and waitresses anymore. That would be too wasteful. Through Kang Le, Yi Hao finally understood the culinary skills of this world. It was worse than he imagined. Yi Hao originally thought that beginner chefs were nothing good. Even intermediate chefs were just SOSO in Yi Hao's eyes. Chapter 37. Since the second prince was willing to give so many restaurants to him, he probably didn't know how many chefs he had. If he knew that the waiters and waitresses in Flame Yellow restaurant were all chefs, and that their culinary skills were comparable to that of the imperial chefs, what would he think? After a tiring day, Yi Hao ordered everyone to rest, leaving only the artist to continue painting. Yi Hao originally thought that it would be great if he could exchange for a camera, and then a printer. That way, he would not have to trouble the artist. However, the system told him that his level was not high enough, and that he could not summon technological items unless it was a reward from the system. Then forget it. Yi Hao said disappointedly. It seemed that he could only summon cold weapons, and could not even summon hot weapons. Otherwise, if he could summon a few nuclear bombs, he would be invincible. "I wonder how they are doing," Yi Hao thought as he laid on the bed. Yi Hao was not worried about Cheng Yaojin and the others. Today, he saw that they had successfully gained the trust of Yi Hao. He was worried about Yu Fei and the other generals. Although each of them was skilled in martial arts, they were all alone. The outside world was still filled with danger. Check the list of characters. Yi Hao Country, Yi, 10th Grade Kingdom, Identity, Yi's 18th Prince Strength, Peak Martial Artist, 100 Jin to 200 Jin for an ordinary person, 300 Jin for a rank 1 martial artist. Skills, detection, beginner, can detect information of characters not higher than the main character by 2 ranks. Beast taming skill, beginner, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery skill, beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection point, 355 soul points, 452 reputation, 467 generals, 21 chefs, 48 subordinates, 9 peak martial artist subordinates. Zhongyang items, 300 sets of armor, city, level 1 construct, 1 dagger, 10 face change pills, 2 teleportation talismans, 1 general summon money, 1,270,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,000 taels of copper quest, Heart of the Strong SSS, Imperial Dragon leaderboard rank 1. After killing 9 assassins during the day, his soul points had finally reached 3 digits. Sure enough, it was still faster to obtain soul points by killing people. Yi Hao sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to quickly go out and gain experience. The next morning, Shen Wansan brought people to buy tables and chairs. There was no time to make a plaque, but Yi Hao had a way. He directly asked Zhao Zilong to use a spear to carve the words. Although the craftsmanship was a little rough, Yi Hao wanted the name Flame Yellow Tower. Moreover, Zhao Zilong's handwriting was not bad. At least, Yi Hao believed that it was much better than his own. Very quickly, Liu Shuofeng brought over another 100 young men and women. Yi Hao gave them some simple training and offered them a salary that was 3 times higher than outside. Naturally, these people were wild with joy. After all, they were working for the imperial prince. Many of the slightly good-looking girls kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yi Hao, hoping to attract Yi Hao's attention and climb up the branch to become a phoenix. Yi Hao blushed with shame. He was still a child. Was this really okay? Did you know that you were tempting children to commit crimes? The training only taught them what to do. It was not difficult. Most people could do it. Yi Hao finished teaching them in less than half an hour. At the same time, he also told them some things to take note of, such as that they must greet the guests with a smile. Yi Hao also brought up some management systems from his previous life. There were rewards and punishments, and there were rewards and punishments. After the system was introduced, Shen Wansan looked at Yi Hao in admiration. His master really surprised him. Once the system was introduced, it would be a good way to restrain the staff and motivate them to work hard. Zhou Chestnut also looked at Yi Hao's back with a love-struck expression. As it was still early in the afternoon, Yi Hao assigned all the men to buy groceries, while the women went to the streets to advertise. The reputation of Flame Yellow Tower had spread throughout the capital yesterday. Even the emperor wolfed down the dishes. Who wouldn't want to try it? Moreover, it was said that all the dishes were new and much better than those of the Ninth Heaven restaurant. However, there was only one Flame Yellow Tower. Those who had money couldn't book a table, and those who didn't had money couldn't afford it. This was the most uncomfortable feeling, but there was no other way. After all, chefs were precious. Otherwise, the Ninth Heaven restaurant wouldn't be so famous. It was because of the good chefs that it was so famous. No matter how expensive the dishes were, there would still be people willing to pay. Brothers, have you heard of Flame Yellow Tower? A few hawkers gathered together and chatted. How could I not have heard of it? I was there yesterday. That aroma. Now that I think about it, my mouth is watering. But we don't have the life to eat it, another hawker said sadly. Haha, you don't know. His Highness the 18th Prince is benevolent. He opened another 5 low-grade Flame Yellow Towers for ordinary people like us. It's said that the taste is only slightly worse than the middle-grade Flame Yellow Tower, but the price is the same as ordinary restaurants. Really? Why would I lie to you? Didn't you see that group of women advertising? Hey, where are you going? I'm going to eat at Flame Yellow Tower. What if I can't get a table? Wait for me, I'm going too. Bastard, where did he get so many chefs? After hearing his subordinate's report, the second prince smashed all the porcelain in the room and roared with a ferocious expression. He really couldn't figure out where Yi Hao had found these chefs. Could it be that he had given Yi Hao dozens of shops for nothing and was going to watch him fail? His good mood for the day was ruined in an instant. The guard trembled and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please calm down." "No, I can't admit defeat like this." The second prince paced back and forth, unable to vent the anger in his heart. Unwillingly, he looked at the guard kneeling on the ground and asked, "Get up. Why didn't the fifth prince come today again?" "Your Highness, the fifth prince sent someone to say that he's not feeling well." The guard stood up and replied, but he hesitated. "What's wrong? Speak." The second prince shouted impatiently. "I heard that the fifth prince recommended a general to His Majesty, and that general has already taken the position of deputy commander of the royal guards." The guard secretly looked at the second prince's expression and told him what he heard. "That bastard, I've always felt that something was wrong with him these days. So that's why." The second prince was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anne. Seeing the second prince like this, the guard wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, he didn't dare to leave or speak as there was still something to report. "And what is it? Tell me everything." The second prince felt that there was nothing else that could hurt him anymore. Furthermore, the money that you asked the fifth prince to borrow, as well as his own money, were all taken away by the fifth prince. He said that those families had financial problems and needed to get their funds back. "We are now left with less than 10 million. The guard said with fear. Chapter 38. Your Highness. The servant rushed forward to support the second prince. "I'm fine. Go get old 7 and old 9. The second prince steadied himself and said anxiously, "Also, get the 3 generals my uncle sent to me. Go now." "Yes, Your Highness." The servant quickly ran out. The second prince knew that he could no longer stay in the palace. Moreover, there was no need for him to compete in the upcoming Imperial Dragon ranking. He had lost his shops, half of his funds had been taken away by the fifth prince, and his generals were no match for the fifth prince. He was no match for the first prince. "Just you wait. When I come back, I'll tear you to pieces." The second prince hated Yi Hao the most. But now, he was willing to swallow the fifth prince alive and let himself fall into the abyss. He really doesn't understand where the fifth prince got the expert. If the fifth prince didn't get the expert and control the royal army, he would still be a dog by his side. Yi Hao didn't know that his plan to drive a wedge between the fifth prince and the fifth prince had succeeded so quickly. He could only say that Cheng Yaojin was too good at persuasion. With just a few words, the fifth prince was so high up in the sky that he couldn't wait to share a bed with Cheng Yaojin. After Hua Xiong took control of the royal army, the fifth prince had no scruples. Under Cheng Yaojin's guidance, he immediately went to visit the major clans and asked for the second prince's funds back. He completely broke off his relationship with the second prince. On this day, business was so good that it was bursting. Every shop was packed with people. Even the people from the nearby villages and towns rushed over to have a meal in Flame Yellow Tower. Flame Yellow Tower's dishes: Minute cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Jiangsu cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Yun cuisine, and Anhui cuisine. The next day, Yi Hao didn't slack off either. He changed all the shops that could be changed into restaurants, and bought a few more restaurants along the way. In just one day, Yi Hao earned another 200 reputation points. Perhaps it was because of the reputation of the Flaming Emperor Pavilion. At night, Yi Hao spent another 160 resurrection points to summon 160 ordinary people. Half of them were men and half of them were men. Each of the 8 major cuisines had 20 people. Through the night, the 8 chefs taught them. That night, Yi Hao couldn't sleep at all. At first, he was happy, but later, he was depressed. The system notification didn't stop at all. It was almost dawn when the system notification stopped. Fortunately, these people had their own information in their minds. Basically, all of them were considered orphans. Since Yi Hao had taken them in, their lives belonged to Yi Hao. They were not afraid that others would ask about their identities. On the 3rd day, the Flaming Emperor Pavilion opened many more restaurants. The Flaming Emperor Pavilion could be found in every corner of the capital city. Regardless of whether it was a prosperous area or a desolate area, all of them were bursting with customers. This directly caused all the restaurants to lose business. Even the Nine Heavens restaurant was forced to close. Guan Zhendong directly contacted the second prince through Kang Le. As for what the two were plotting, no one knew. On the fourth day, business was still the same. The Flaming Emperor Pavilion didn't open any more branches, which made Guan Zhendong heave a sigh of relief. So many chefs had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he sent people out to investigate. Every Flaming Emperor Pavilion's dishes were good. Moreover, the chefs were all young men and women. There was no problem with their identities. The Flaming Emperor Pavilion was developing too quickly. If it continued to develop, all the restaurants in the Myriad Kingdom continent would be replaced by the Flaming Emperor Pavilion. Therefore, he allied with the second prince to protect his position in the Nine Heavens restaurant. On the third night, the second prince led his subordinates and left the capital city of Yi. At the same time, the seventh prince and the ninth prince left with their loyal subordinates. As for where they went, no one knew. In one night, the fifth prince's limelight was boundless. He had taken over the second prince's position in one leap. What was strange was that the third prince had also left. No one knew why, but this made the officials and the major clans depressed. The Imperial Dragon Rankings competition was approaching. Were the second prince and the third prince going to give up? Now, there were only 4 factions left competing for the Imperial Dragon Rankings. They were Yi Hao, the first prince, the fourth prince, and the fifth prince. The first prince and the fourth prince did not make any moves. On the other hand, the fifth prince was jumping up and down in the capital city. He wandered between the major clans and controlled the imperial army. He had become the favorite to win the competition. The fifth prince had already announced that he would be the first in the Imperial Dragon Rankings. Yi Hao's reputation had even overshadowed the fifth prince's. In just 3 days, the Flaming Emperor Pavilion had spread all over the capital city. Furthermore, Yi Hao had protected the emperor and fought the 9 assassins. It had become a must-have topic for everyone to talk about. However, most people were still optimistic about the fifth prince. Some people speculated that the second prince had been forced to leave the palace because he was afraid of the fifth prince. In everyone's opinion, the second prince would definitely become the crown prince this year. Even the second prince was afraid of the fifth prince. One could imagine how powerful the fifth prince's trump card was. After dinner, Yi Hao listened to Zhong Yong and Shen Wansan's report. Although Zhong Yong was only a city defense team leader, he was quite well informed. When the second prince and the third prince left the capital city, Zhong Yong immediately reported to Yi Hao. What Yi Hao could not understand was why the second prince left the capital city at such a critical time. The second prince should not be as timid as a mouse. Yi Hao felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure it out. As for the third prince's departure, Lu Fang had secretly reported it to him. As for the reason, the third prince did not tell Lu Fang. Yi Hao felt that his head was about to explode, but he could not figure it out. He shook his head and said, "You said that people from the Qian kingdom came?" "Yes, Your Highness. They have already entered the palace." Zhong Yong had been waiting quietly for a long time. When he heard Yi Hao's question, he immediately replied, "What are they here for?" Yi Hao frowned. The Qian kingdom was a grade 9 marquisate. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the Yi kingdom, the Yi kingdom was only a vassal of the Qian kingdom. They could receive protection from the Qian kingdom, but they had to pay a huge tribute to the Qian kingdom every year. Similarly, the Zhao kingdom was only a vassal of the Qian kingdom. When other kingdoms fought, the higher-ups would not intervene. The Qian kingdom would only intervene if the vassal kingdoms of other kingdoms attacked. This was also why the Zhao kingdom could declare war on the Yi kingdom. According to Yi Batian, he did not know what benefits the Zhao kingdom had given the Qian kingdom. For the past few years, the Qian kingdom had been focusing on cultivating the Zhao kingdom and suppressing the Yi kingdom. However, the Yi kingdom could only suffer in silence. If they really angered the Qian kingdom would have an excuse to attack and the Yi kingdom would be destroyed easily. Chapter 39. People from the Qian kingdom came at this time. What good could it be? I heard that they are here to watch the Imperial Dragon ranking competition, Zhongyong said with uncertainty. After all, these things were not something that a nobody like him could find out. You have done well. Yi Hao did not blame Zhongyong. I will find a way to promote you. Zhongyong did a good job. Yi Hao encouraged him. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhongyong knelt on the ground and thanked him. As expected, the system notification showed that Zhongyong's loyalty had reached more than 80 points. After Yi Hao let Zhongyong leave, he checked the accounts again. Including the previous earnings, he had opened more than a dozen shops in the past few days. However, he had earned more than 500,000 gold coins. Yi Hao calculated the average profit. The daily profit had reached more than 10,000 gold coins. He could win one round on the average ranking. As for the martial arts competition, he could still win. The strongest person here was the Crown Prince, who was only a rank 7 warrior. As long as he did not change the competition method, he would win this round. Yi Hao did not have much hope in the overall wealth ranking. According to the news from Cheng Yaojin, the 5th prince had gotten another 5 million taels of gold from somewhere, adding up to a total of 15 million taels of gold. Even if he sold himself, he would not be able to gather so much money in such a short time. In the talent ranking competition, he had to find 3 subordinates. If he won one round, he would not be defeated. However, there was also a possibility of a tie. If he won 2 rounds, he would be the first in the Imperial Dragon ranking. Yi Hao was very clear on what kind of martial generals his opponent had. The only mid-grade martial general was Hua Xiong, while the rest were all low-grade martial generals. As for asking them to go easy on him, Yi Hao didn't want to do that, as it might expose their identities. Zhao Zilong was a high-ranked general. It was not a problem for him to win the talent ranking competition. Now, he only needed to win one more round. Liu Shuofeng and the other 9 people were strong enough. However, their fighting skills were not enough. They were only ordinary generals. Even if Cheng Yaojin and the others were low-ranked generals, it was almost impossible for them to defeat Cheng Yaojin and the others. This showed the importance of ranks. Yi Hao thought for a long time. He could only use the resurrection point to summon another general. Host, you still have one more chance to summon a general, the system reminded him. Yeah, I've been too busy these days. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Yi Hao patted the back of his head with his small hand and said happily, use it. System, please bless me with a high-ranked martial general. No, even if it's a peerless martial general, I don't mind. Yi Hao held his breath, closed his eyes, and prayed with his hands clasped together. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining a high-grade martial general, Qin Qiong. Haha, that's great. My luck has exploded. When Yi Hao heard that he had summoned a high-grade martial general, he opened his eyes and danced with joy. It seemed that the reward for summoning a high-grade martial general was really good. He had summoned high-grade martial generals twice. The first time he had summoned Zhao Yun, and the second time he had summoned Qin Qiong. Yi Hao was not in a hurry to summon Qin Qiong. After all, it was too troublesome to arrange a place for him to stay in the middle of the night. It was better to find an opportunity to summon Qin Qiong again in the morning. After obtaining Qin Qiong, Yi Hao had nothing to worry about for tomorrow's Imperial Dragon list. He immediately lay down on his bed, hugged his blanket, and fell asleep. The next day, Yi Hao woke up early and ran out of the shop without saying goodbye. After a while, under everyone's puzzled eyes, Yi Hao came back, but behind him was a young man. He had a golden helmet on his head, golden armor on his body, and a breastplate on his chest that reflected the light of the morning sun. There were 2 golden swords hanging from his waist, and he held a tiger-headed golden spear in his hand. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes, and he looked very intimidating. He stood behind Yi Hao with a serious expression. Everyone's eyes gathered behind Yi Hao. They wanted to know why Yi Hao had gone out for a while and brought back an expert. Let me introduce everyone. This is Qin Qiong, Qin Shubao. He just came to rely on me. Yi Hao introduced him. You're very strong. Zhao Zilong stared at Qin Qiong and said after a while, "You're not bad either." Qin Qiong replied. As soon as Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong saw each other, they felt a sense of camaraderie. "Congratulations, Master. You've gained another fierce general. I wonder if I can spar with Brother Qin?" Zhao Zilong congratulated Yi Hao, and at the same time voiced his request. When Yi Hao heard Zhao Zilong's request, he was very tempted. Both of them were high-grade generals, and the battle would be very intense. Although he couldn't fight Qin Qiong yet, he could fight Qin Qiong first. Yi Hao wanted to ask Qin Qiong, but when he turned around, he saw Qin Qiong looking at him with the same desire. "Okay, but don't go too far. There's still an important matter today." Yi Hao nodded in agreement. He closed the door of the restaurant and ordered his subordinates to move the tables and chairs aside to make space for the two to spar. Yi Hao led everyone to the second floor to watch. Golden swords and tiger-headed golden spears. They saw. The golden swords at Qin Qiong's waist were already in his hands. They flew out, and with a flash of golden light, it flew towards Zhao Zilong's face. If he was hit, his head would definitely split open, and blood would splatter everywhere. Zhao Zilong reacted quickly, and with the courage of Dragon's silver spear in his hand, he deflected the golden swords with one strike. Bang! With a loud sound, the golden swords smashed a large hole in the wall. "You two wastrels, go easy on me. Is the wall free? I'm going to deduct your wages," Yi Hao said with heartache. "Your Highness, you don't seem to be giving them money either," Johong Chestnut said, embarrassed. "When did His Highness become so stingy? Is that so?" Yi Hao pretended not to know and rubbed his nose. "Aya!" Johong Chestnut shouted, and immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the second floor. She immediately lowered her head shyly, and thought to herself, "Your Highness is so naughty. Let's see if you still dare to expose my shortcomings." Yi Hao snorted proudly, and at the same time, he rubbed his hands together, missing the soft feeling just now. Johong Chestnut's face turned even redder. On the other hand, everyone else looked confused. Downstairs, Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong had already fought for no less than 10 rounds. Both sides were evenly matched, and their strength was equally matched. "You retreat, I attack, I advance, you block." The spears in their hands clashed fiercely. "Be careful." Ha! The two figures kept switching positions, and the weapons in their hands turned into 2 long dragons. One was a golden dragon, and the other was a silver dragon. They kept colliding, and the sound of air breaking was constantly heard. It was a dazzling sight. Quite a few tables and chairs were shattered by their power. Yi Hao was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let them compete. It seemed that he would have to buy new furniture and renovate the house. But the satisfied smile on his face betrayed him. Chapter 40. "All right, stop." Yi Hao stood up and shouted. The two of them had already fought for more than 300 rounds, and there was no clear winner. Yi Hao was afraid that the two of them would lose their patience. No matter which one of them got injured, his heart would ache. After all, when 2 tigers fought, one of them was bound to get injured. When the two of them heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately put away their weapons. They knew that there was no need to continue the fight. When the time came, no one would be able to gain an advantage. It was not worth it. However, they were too embarrassed to stop. They were afraid that the other party and Yi Hao would look down on them. But when they heard Yi Hao's words, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief and immediately stopped the fight. "If you have the chance in the future, you can spar again. But remember not to go overboard," Yi Hao carefully reminded them as he walked down the stairs. "Yes, Master." The two of them cupped their fists at the same time and looked at each other. They both felt that they had found a confidant. Seeing the two of them like this, Yi Hao was very happy. He was most worried that his subordinates would not get along well. After all, they all had their own thoughts. But now, it seemed that things were going well. Before he could rush for breakfast, Yi Batian sent someone to urge him to enter the palace. Yi Hao could only go hungry and bring Johong Chestnut, Qin Qiong, and Zhao Zilong to the palace. As for the shops, Shen Wansan would take care of them. Liu Shuofeng and the other 9 stayed behind to patrol the shops. After all, they had just opened and there were still many troublemakers. Although Yi Hao did not know how to ride a horse, he knew how to tame animals. He did not know if it would work, but Yi Hao still tried it. He realized that he had an inexplicable connection with the horse. It was as if he could understand the horse's emotions. Yi Hao sat on the horse's back. The horse did not resist, so Yi Hao pulled Johong Chestnut onto the horse and sat behind him. After all, Yi Hao was not as tall as Johong Chestnut. If Johong Chestnut sat in front of him, he would not be able to see the road. What made Yi Hao feel uncomfortable was that the horse did not have a saddle or stirrups, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He found an excuse and said that he had to go back to his room to get something. Yi Hao spent 30 reputation points to exchange for a saddle and another 20 reputation points to exchange for a pair of stirrups. Under the curious gaze of Qin Qiong and Zhao Yun, Yi Hao spent a long time and finally put on the saddle and stirrups. Master, this is simply a miraculous invention. If it is used in the army, it will greatly increase the combat ability of the cavalry, Zhao Zilong said excitedly as he sat on the saddle. Master, did you invent this? Zhao Zilong had never seen this thing before, but he knew that this thing was definitely a revolutionary invention. Yi Hao's name would be recorded in the annals of Nihan land's history. Moreover, this thing was brought out by Yi Hao, so it must have been invented by Yi Hao. Yi Hao did not say anything, so he took it as a tacit agreement. He could not say that he summoned this thing from the system and did not invent it, right? Moreover, when this thing was popularized, it would earn him a lot of reputation points. The premise was that he had to quickly build a cavalry unit. If he could not let others see this thing, he would try his best to not let others see it. This was because this thing did not require much skill. As long as one had the intention, they could imitate it. Then, his cavalry would not have this advantage. Yi Hao mounted the horse and tried it out. Sure enough, it was much more comfortable than before. At the very least, it did not hit his butt. Moreover, it was much more stable. Fortunately, he had already trained the horse. Moreover, he still remembered bits and pieces of his horsemanship from when he was 6 years old, so he quickly became proficient in riding the horse. As the streets were filled with people in the morning, Yi Hao did not dare to ride too fast. However, they still arrived at the palace very quickly. Yi Hao first brought a few people back to his own palace. A few eunuchs and palace maids were standing there cleaning. When they heard the sound of horse hooves, they immediately came out to welcome them. Greetings, Your Highness. The eunuchs and palace maids bowed respectfully. Who are you? Yi Hao asked. After all, this was his own palace. He had to figure out why so many palace maids and eunuchs suddenly appeared. Your Highness, we were sent by Her Majesty. In the future, we will be responsible for all the chores in Her Majesty's palace, a palace maid said carefully. They were not aware of the situation outside the palace. However, a few days ago, Yi Hao had killed 2 eunuchs. The news had spread throughout the palace. Therefore, when they saw Yi Hao, they were so clean. They were afraid that they would anger Yi Hao and Yi Hao would kill them. Then you may leave. Yi Hao instructed after he understood. At the same time, he handed the horse to the eunuchs and asked them to lead it to the stable. Without any time to rest, he led a few people to the training ground. Fortunately, he remembered the route. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. After a few minutes, Yi Hao finally arrived. Hey, why is there no one here? Johong Chestnut looked at the empty training ground and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Yi Hao was even more confused. He could only find a place to rest. He wondered if the purple cry Pegasus in the system was faster than the horse he rode today. The horse he rode today was already one of the best horses in the country of Yi. Yi Hao did not want to summon the purple cry Pegasus. After all, they were in the capital city and there was no shortage of mounts. It would be too troublesome to summon it and feed it. Therefore, it had been abandoned in the system space. Come over. Why isn't father and the rest here yet? Yi Hao was getting impatient after waiting for a long time. He called a eunuch over and asked. Replying to 18th Highness, His Majesty and the officials are having breakfast with the Qian Kingdom's envoy. It might take a while. The eunuch hurriedly ran to Yi Hao and reported respectfully. You may leave. Yi Hao was very unhappy, but he did not make things difficult for the eunuch. This Qian Kingdom is too arrogant. Johong Chestnut pouted and said angrily. Sooner or later, I will break into the Qian Kingdom's capital. Yi Hao was also very angry. A mere envoy actually needed the entire country of Yi's emperor and civil and military officials to have breakfast with him. Even the Imperial Dragon ranking competition was delayed. In Yi Hao's mind, the Imperial Dragon ranking competition had been a rule in Yi for hundreds of years. It was held every year at the same time. Even if the enemy attacked the country, it would still be held. She hadn't expected that the Imperial Dragon rankings would be delayed because of a few envoys. She didn't know what her father was thinking. Those people were clearly bullying her, yet he was still accompanying them. He should have just killed those damn envoys. Yi Hao's principle was that if others did not offend him, he would not offend them. One needed to be cautious and consider the big picture. However, it did not mean that you could do whatever you wanted. With Yi Hao's personality, even if he could not defeat you, he would risk his life to bite off a piece of your flesh. He needed to have the spirit to drag the emperor down even if he was willing to be cut into pieces. Chapter 41. At this moment, in the main hall, the atmosphere was very strange and quiet. Everyone was dissatisfied, but they didn't dare say anything. The main hall of the imperial palace was a sacred place. But now, it was like a restaurant, and the officials were servants. If looks could kill, the Qian Kingdom's envoys sitting at the table would have died tens of thousands of times already. Seeing the three envoys sitting there and eating calmly, the Yi Batian suppressed his anger and smiled at them. But he had already asked them several times, but the Qian Kingdom's envoys were still eating calmly. They didn't put the Yi Batian in their eyes at all. The Yi Batian was getting more and more dissatisfied. He was a vassal state of the Qian Kingdom, and he had to pay quite a lot of tribute every year. Furthermore, he was the ruler of a state. He was giving the envoys face by sitting on equal footing with them, but they were acting all high and mighty. If they were strong, he would have tolerated it, but they were acting all high and mighty. The Yi Batian looked at them and knew they were just ordinary people. But they still dared to be so arrogant, as if they were certain he wouldn't dare do anything to them. Yi Batian knew that the Qian country intentionally wanted these envoys to do this. Their purpose was to infuriate him so that he could kill them. At that time, they would have a reason to send out their troops. Yi Batian didn't want to bring a calamity to his Yi country. Hence, he endured silently. Even though the time for the Imperial Dragon rankings had passed, he was still happy. He definitely couldn't fall out with the Qian Kingdom now. He had to defeat the Zhao Kingdom and then find a backer. Only then could he fall out with the Qian Kingdom. The Yi Batian kept reminding himself. Imperial Father, why hasn't the Imperial Dragon rankings started yet? A young voice broke the silence in the main hall, but it was very loud. A child walked in from outside the hall, but his movements revealed his calmness. No one dared to look down on him. The person who had come was Yi Hao. Behind him were Qin Qiong and Zhao Zilong. Johong Chestnut was left outside the hall. Because of the rules, women couldn't enter the hall, so Yi Hao couldn't break the rules. Many civil and military officials nodded and greeted Yi Hao when they saw him. When the three envoys saw Yi Hao, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They didn't know who this person was. The three of you must be the envoys from the Qian Kingdom. Why aren't you greeting me when you see me? Yi Hao looked at the three envoys with disdain and said something shocking. What's wrong with the 18th prince? Even His Majesty has to give face to the emissary, and he actually wants the emissary to salute him. Truly courting death. Discussions immediately broke out in the imperial court. Some people were concerned about Yi Hao, while others were looking on coldly and sarcastically. Where did you come from, brat? Don't you know that we are the emissaries of the Qian country? The three messengers were slightly taken aback and mocked Yi Hao. They were not even afraid of the emperor, so why would they be afraid of a brat like him? Didn't the Qian emperor teach you? Even in your Qian country, our vassal country's royal family is above rank 1. You are just mere emissaries, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You don't even put us in your eyes. If this spreads to the ears of the other vassal countries, Yi Hao coldly said. It was up to these emissaries to accept this accusation. The 3 emissaries' expression changed. This was indeed the rule of the 10,000 kingdoms continent. It was also a method to support the vassal countries. The vassal country's royal family was rank 1. Logically speaking, the Yi country was still a vassal country of the Qian country. Although they were emissaries, their status was not as high as Yi Hao's. They didn't think much of a mere Yi country. However, if this matter spread to the ears of the other vassal countries, all of the vassal countries would band together or rebel. Then the Qian country would receive a devastating blow. The officials were also stunned. What Yi Hao said was indeed the truth. They could only blame the Qian country's emissaries for being so arrogant and putting them in a checkmate. In their hearts, they had swallowed their anger and instead encouraged the other party's arrogance. They had forgotten the most important thing. Moreover, a vassal country can't meddle in the affairs of a vassal country. The Imperial Dragon ranking competition is my Yi country's biggest event. You keep delaying it. Let's see if the Qian emperor will meddle or not. Let's see how he will answer our vassal countries. Without waiting for the 3 emissaries to speak, Yi Hao threw another bomb. We also don't know the time of the Imperial Dragon ranking competition. After being repeatedly questioned by Yi Hao, the 3 emissaries' arrogance disappeared. One of the emissaries felt guilty and hurriedly said. Because they didn't dare to accept this accusation. Then, 3 emissaries, please move to the martial arts arena. The corners of Yi Hao's mouth twitched as he spoke. We're tired. We'll go and rest first. You can go and compete yourselves. One of the emissaries humphed coldly, got up and left. The other 2 emissaries quickly chased after him. Ha ha ha! Yi Batian immediately beamed with joy and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing the emissaries of the Qian country being defeated, the other officials also laughed. Yi Hao had helped them vent their anger with a few words. On the contrary, the emissaries of the Qian country didn't dare to cause trouble again. Let's move to the martial arts arena and get ready for the competition, Yi Batian said in a good mood. Then he got up and walked to Yi Hao's side by side with Yi Hao. The officials immediately followed. The 5th prince glanced at them with jealousy. Just now, Yi Hao was in the limelight, which made him very jealous. But when he thought that the first place of the Imperial Dragon ranking would be his, he immediately strode forward and followed. The first round was very simple. The only thing that could be compared was the total assets of the emperors and the average daily profit of the shops. In fact, the most important thing was to see the competition between the eldest prince, the 4th prince, the 5th prince, and Yi Hao. The other princes were just there to serve as a foil. If nothing unexpected happened, these foil princes were destined to have no chance at the throne. They could only watch the others. First, the princes wanted to reveal their wealth and then Yi Batian would send someone to verify it. Without much effort, the results of the wealth ranking were out. As expected, the 5th prince got the first place. His total wealth was 15 million taels, which shocked the officials. But many people knew that some of it was their own money. The eldest prince got the 2nd place, and the 4th prince got the 3rd place. The most surprising thing was that Yi Hao only got the 4th place. Logically speaking, Yi Hao should have at least 6 or 7 million taels. It shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 3. The officials were very confused. They didn't know that Yi Hao's money was long gone. It was all used to recruit soldiers and expand his power. In the second round, what surprised the officials was that they did not expect the 5th prince to be so treacherous. He actually sold a few of the worthless shops, leaving only a few of the more valuable ones. They did not know how to calculate, but when they did, they were shocked. The daily average profit was more than 8,000 gold taels. Congratulations, 5th prince. You're going to win this round again. 5th prince, the first place of the Imperial Dragon ranking is yours. The 5th prince proudly accepted the flattery, as if he already had it in his hands. After all, in the history of Yi, the highest result on the Imperial Dragon ranking was only 6,000 taels of gold. Chapter 42. In the second round, congratulations to His Highness, the 18th Prince, for winning with 10,500 taels of gold. A few examiners finished tabulating the results and handed them to Yi Batian. Yi Batian glanced at them before handing them to Eunuch Ju to read out. What? How is that possible? The smile on the 5th Prince's face instantly froze as he cried out. Why? Do you suspect that the examiners cheated? Yi Batian asked in a slightly dissatisfied tone when he heard the 5th Prince shouting and losing face for the royal family. I wouldn't dare. The 5th Prince immediately stood up and cupped his fists. He could only blame himself for not being able to control himself for a moment. He originally thought that he would definitely win and even set a new record in history. So what if he cheated? History was written by the victors. However, he really did not expect that Yi Hao's result would actually be higher than his. Yi Hao was also very nervous. Fortunately, he was the one who won. He also didn't expect the 5th Prince to be so shameless. This was simply cheating openly. This had never happened before in history because no one could afford to lose face. The next part was the most important. The princes would compete with each other. Whoever stood at the end would be the final victor. This was the best way to test the strength of the princes. After all, living in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, there was no emperor who couldn't ride a horse and fight. This was because every country might face battles every day. If an emperor didn't have outstanding strength, how could he protect his people? If an emperor didn't have strong strength, how could people be willing to be loyal to him? Therefore, the competition between the princes was the best opportunity for the sons of emperors to show their strength and win over the civil and military officials. Imperial father, the war is imminent. This son feels that if we brothers compete in martial arts at this time, it will hurt the harmony between us. This son suggests that we compete in strength. This way, not only will it not hurt the harmony between us, it will also be able to determine the victor. The 1st Prince stood out and spoke with reason. His tone was full of concern for his brothers. As for the real reason, only he and the right Prime Minister knew. This was also the result of a long discussion between the two of them. Because the scene of Yi Hao killing the assassin yesterday was simply too shocking. When the 1st Prince thought of this, he felt a sense of helplessness. However, one of his subordinates reminded him that Yi Hao had used a high-level footwork technique when he was killing the assassin. That was why he could kill the enemy so easily and naturally. The 1st Prince and Prime Minister of the Right recalled. It seemed like what their subordinates had said was true. Yi Hao's footwork was extraordinary, and they guessed that Yi Hao's strength shouldn't be too high. After all, Yi Hao was only a 9-year-old child. Could it be that he could really defy the heavens? His strength was at most at the 6th or 7th level. The rest was all dependent on that unknown high-level footwork. After thinking for a long time, the right Prime Minister came up with an idea. As long as he did not fight Yi Hao head-on, the eldest prince would have a chance to win. In the end, he came up with a solution that satisfied both sides. Not only would it allow Yi Batian to agree to the competition, but it would also prevent him from having to fight Yi Hao face to face. Furthermore, it would also benefit the eldest prince. It would be a pure competition of strength. It must be known that although the eldest prince's strength was at the 7th level, after a long period of training, although he had not broken through to the 8th level, his pure strength was close to 1,000 jin. Therefore, the eldest prince was full of confidence. Yi Batian did not know how to decide. After all, what the eldest prince said was indeed reasonable. Moreover, a competition of strength could also determine who was better. Perhaps it was because of his fondness for Yi Hao, but Yi Batian's heart was always a little biased towards Yi Hao. Although Yi Hao's performance in killing the assassin yesterday had made him look at him in a new light, he could also see that Yi Hao's footwork technique was very decisive. As such, he was a little unsure of how strong Yi Hao's pure strength was. He really regretted not asking yesterday. Your Majesty, I feel that the first prince is kind-hearted and doesn't want to fight with his brothers. This method can be used. An official from the first prince's faction stood up and pleaded under the gaze of the right prime minister. With 2 more followed. In a short while, 4 to 5 people stood out. Your Majesty, I feel that this method cannot be used. This method of competition has not been changed for generations. I feel that it is inappropriate to change it now. Zhu Batian did not think too much about it, but he knew that the eldest prince was definitely targeting Yi Hao. He had already determined that he was one of Yi Hao's people. Even if he risked offending the eldest prince and the right prime minister, he still stood out. Who do you think you are? A mere 5th-grade official. What right do you have to speak here? After hearing Zhu Batian's words, someone from the eldest prince's faction immediately stood out and reprimanded him in disdain. Slap. So what if you are a 5th-grade official? A 5th-grade official is also an official of my Yi country. I would like to ask you, who gave you the authority to speak rudely in front of my imperial father and to ignore the other party in front of your colleagues? A loud voice rang out. Unknowingly, Yi Hao was already standing in front of the official who spoke just now. There was a clear slap mark on his face, proving that he was the one who was beaten up. Yi Hao's voice was intimidating, but the official who was beaten up did not dare to say anything. 18th brother, Lord Wang is in the wrong, but you shouldn't have hit him, the eldest prince said with an ugly expression. He really did not expect Yi Hao to be so arrogant, not giving him any face at all. He clearly knew that Lord Wang was his subordinate, but Yi Hao actually did not have any qualms about slapping him in the face. Slapping Lord Wang in front of so many officials was the same as slapping him in the face. If he did not show some attitude, how would he be able to make these officials work for him willingly in the future? What's wrong, eldest brother? Are you trying to protect your subordinates? Yi Hao said with a stern expression. Everyone was about to faint. Who was the one who was protecting their subordinates? The other party only said a few words about your subordinate, and you slapped him without a second word. No matter what, the other party should at least try to regain some face, but you actually said that he was protecting his subordinates. So what if I am? The eldest prince knew that this was not the time for him to back down. Eldest brother, that's where you are wrong. Come, let me explain. A subordinate is a subordinate. How can you call him a subordinate? Yes, he made a mistake with his words, but didn't I help you teach him a lesson? You. Aya, eldest brother, what about you? You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do as your younger brother. The eldest prince kept trying to speak, but before he could say anything, Yi Hao interrupted him. Yi Hao smiled cheekily and kept talking. He was no longer as stern as he was at the beginning. He was just like a little rascal. Yi Hao's change was too fast. Everyone was speechless. The eldest prince was so angry that his face turned red, but Yi Hao did not give him a chance to speak. He stomped his feet and stomped his feet. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Instead, after half a day, he was scolded by Yi Hao. Chapter 43. Don't talk nonsense. Let's have a competition of strength. Do you dare? The first prince finally took the opportunity to speak. Don't ask me about this. I'm fine with it. You can ask the other brothers. Yi Hao said indifferently. No matter what competition, he would still win. He had a strength of 1200 jin. Why would he be afraid of you? I agree. I agree too. All the princes hurriedly nodded. They nodded their heads like chickens pounding garlic because they really didn't want to and didn't dare to compete with Yi Hao, so they might as well just admit defeat. Yesterday, Yi Hao seemed to have transformed into a blood demon and killed the assassins. His bloody methods were still vivid in their minds. They did not have the courage to compete with Yi Hao. Men, prepare the iron bulls. When Yi Batian saw that his sons all agreed to the competition of strength, he did not object. He ordered his subordinates to prepare the iron bulls. After waiting for half a day, the guards brought 3 iron bulls of different sizes. They weighed 1000 jin, 800 jin, and 250 jin respectively. Whoever wants to lift the iron ball with both hands must raise it above your head. Whoever can lift it will advance to the next round. We will start with the 250 Jin one. Yi Batian announced the rules. Needless to say, the descendants of the royal family were indeed different. Although most of them were just there to buy soy sauce, they could still lift a 250-pound iron ball over their heads. Yes, not bad. Yi Batian praised his sons when he saw that they could all lift the 250 Jin iron ball. Finally, it was Yi Hao's turn. Many people were still worried. After all, the 250 Jin iron ball would be much taller than Yi Hao if it stood upright. 18th brother, can you do it? If you can't, then forget it, the first prince said with a mocking tone. Yi Hao did not even look at the first prince. He walked to the iron ball and said, "Damn, this is too big." Yi Hao grabbed the iron ball by its legs and lifted it up. Moreover, he kept moving his body. The nearby officials immediately moved away from Yi Hao. They were afraid that Yi Hao would hit them. "What are you doing?" asked the first prince in a panic. That was because Yi Hao did not immediately put the iron ball down. Instead, he kept moving closer to the first prince. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but he kept moving closer to the first prince. The iron ball in his hands looked like it would fall at any moment. "Big brother, quickly move away. I can't hold on any longer. I don't know how to put it down. I can't control myself." Yi Hao seemed to use all his strength. "Then don't chase me." No matter where the first prince ran, Yi Hao would follow closely behind him. The first prince felt cold sweat all over his body, and he was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Big brother, you were the one who brought me away." Yi Hao's voice was full of grievances, but inside, he was overjoyed. "How dare you fight with me? I'll scare you to death." He kept shouting for the crown prince to move away. "You bastard, you definitely did it on purpose." The first prince cursed in his heart. He kept looking back and accidentally fell to the ground. Yi Hao was about to be tripped by the first prince. If the iron ball fell on him, he would definitely be turned into meat paste. The first prince closed his eyes in fear. But after waiting for a long time, he did not feel anything. He carefully opened his eyes. Yi Hao was sitting on the iron ball, smiling at him. "You tricked me." The first prince felt as if he had just escaped from a calamity. His body instantly relaxed, and he panted heavily. He felt that he had lost all his face, and he roared loudly. He saw the fourth and fifth princes standing at the side, laughing at him. He quickly got up and glared at Yi Hao. "What do you mean? Big brother, why are you so angry? Don't be angry. It's not good for the child." "Oh, no, it's not good for the body." Yi Hao was still smiling, looking harmless. "Moreover, you were the one who wanted to compete in strength. I couldn't control it well. You can't blame me." Yi Hao's smile disappeared instantly. "Big brother, why don't we compete in martial arts?" Yi Hao suggested. "Compete, there's no need. Let's compete in strength." The first prince snorted. He did not dare to agree to Yi Hao's suggestion. Who knew what he would do in a martial arts competition? Moreover, the first prince guessed that Yi Hao's strength was not high. He had done that on purpose to scare him. He wanted to change his mind and make it a martial arts competition. How could he let him have his way? "Big brother, aren't you afraid of being smashed to death?" "I'm afraid of being splattered all over." Yi Hao pouted unwillingly. "You." The first prince wanted to strangle Yi Hao or sew his mouth shut. He was too mean. "All right, stop fooling around. Let's start the second round of the competition." Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao's farce. He did not blame him at all. However, he still appeared very serious in front of the officials. Moreover, he was also very curious about how strong his youngest son was. After seeing Yi Hao scare the first prince, Yi Batian knew that Yi Hao's strength was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not be able to lift the iron ball and run around so easily. Moreover, he could control it so well. In the second round, the remaining princes could not do it. Only the first prince managed to lift the iron ball easily. After lifting it, he looked at Yi Hao provocatively. However, Yi Hao was lying on the iron ball and enjoying Zhu Hongling's massage. He did not even look at him. This made him very depressed. The fourth and fifth princes also managed to lift the iron ball after a long time. This caused a round of cheers. "Your Highness, it's your turn." Seeing that everyone was looking over, Zhu Hongling blushed as she spoke to Yi Hao, who was lying on her knees. Yi Hao got up and walked to the 400 jin iron ball. He squatted down and was just about to lift it when he paused and glanced at the first and fifth princes. The first and fifth princes felt guilty when they saw Yi Hao's gaze. They quickly ran to Yi Baishan's side, one on each side. They believed that Yi Hao would not dare to act rashly. "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. You should learn from fourth brother," Yi Hao said with a smile. At the same time, he gave the fourth prince a thumbs up. The fourth prince cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that eldest brother and fifth prince had taken the spot beside imperial father and he did not have time to run over, he would not be standing there foolishly. After receiving Yi Hao's thumbs up, the fourth prince could only grit his teeth and stand there. He could not bring himself to hide among the officials. Fortunately, Yi Hao did not cause any more trouble. He only lifted the iron ball and put it down. Then he lay on the iron ball's back and called Zhu Hongling over. Zhu Hongling's face was red as she obediently ran over and sat on the iron ball. She continued to let Yi Hao rest his head on her lap. The iron ball is still the most comfortable to lie on, but it's still not as comfortable as a bed, Yi Hao suddenly sighed. Chapter 44. But what was even more surprising was that Yi Hao was able to lift the 800 jin iron ball so easily. This meant that Yi Hao was at least a 6th-ranked warrior. The first prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince were able to lift the iron ball. This was surprising, but it was still considered normal because they were all in their 20s. But this kind of result was already considered very good. Didn't you see that most of the princes couldn't even lift it? They were all Yi Hao's brothers and they were all older than Yi Hao. Yet, they still couldn't lift the 800 jin iron ball. But Yi Hao was able to lift it easily. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Most importantly, how old was Yi Hao? He was only 9 years old. To be able to lift the 800 jin iron ball at 9 years old was simply a miracle. He was simply a genius. This was simply unheard of in the history of Yi country. If Yi Hao could grow up, they believed that Yi Hao would definitely bring Yi country to the peak. "Mph, what are you so proud of? I don't believe that you can lift the 1000 jin iron ball. Even if you can, at most, we will be tied." With Yi Batian by his side, the first prince only dared to think coldly in his heart. The third round. The fourth prince and fifth prince immediately gave up. 800 jin was already their limit. They had already used up a lot of strength. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to lift the 1000 jin iron ball. Rather than embarrass themselves, they might as well give up early. 18th brother, watch carefully. The first prince continued to provoke Yi Hao, but Yi Hao still ignored him. He could only snort coldly and walk to the side of the 1000 jin iron ball. The first prince first rubbed his palms together and continuously adjusted his state of mind. After all, success or failure depended on this. As long as he could lift the stone ball, he would be in an invincible position. Even if Yi Hao won, they would only be tied. Thinking of this, the first prince's body was filled with energy. "Ah!" The first prince grabbed the iron ball's front and back legs with both hands and shouted angrily to increase his strength. No one dared to make a sound. They looked at the first prince nervously. They wanted to know if the first prince's strength had improved. Yi Batian also clenched his fists and stared at the first prince. Among all the princes, although he didn't like the first prince the most, he was the most satisfied with the first prince's strength. Last year on the Imperial Dragon list, the first prince was still a 7th-rank warrior. If they wanted to know if he had improved this year, they would have to see if he could lift the iron ball. "Up. For me." The first prince channeled his strength into his arms and gritted his teeth. Terrifying veins popped up on his head as he slowly lifted iron ball. The first prince's arms were already trembling slightly, and beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. His head was completely red, and only his teeth could be seen too. Finally, the first prince unleashed the last of his strength and raised Iron Bull above his head. In less than a second, Iron Bull was thrown away by him. The ground of the martial arts practice field was smashed by the Iron Bull. The ground caved in and cracks spread to the surroundings. The first prince was gasping for breath. His face was filled with a proud smile. He had succeeded. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He quickly looked at Yi Batian. Congratulations, First Prince. First Prince's strength has improved again. First Prince is really the #1 prince. It seems that First Prince will get first place on the martial arts list again this year. The crowd saw that the First Prince had really lifted the Iron Bull. Although it was only for a second, he had succeeded. Immediately, the crowd started to congratulate him. Not bad. Zhong, you have improved a lot. Yi Batian was not stingy with his praise. No matter what, the First Prince had improved a lot. 18th brother, it's your turn. After the First Prince received Yi Batian's praise, the depression in his heart was swept away. He had finally regained some face. When everyone heard the First Prince's voice, they looked at Yi Hao, who was lying on the Iron Bull, and started to discuss. Do you think the 18th prince can do it? He definitely can't. That's right. That's 1,000 pounds. Didn't you see how much effort the First Prince used to lift it for a second? But the 18th prince is only 9 years old. The Iron Bull is twice his size. Isn't this a fool's dream? But it's already not bad. He can lift 800 pounds at the age of 9. In the future, he will have a bright future. He won't be inferior to the royal family of an 8th-grade kingdom. Wentian, Qin Mo, do you think Hao can lift it? Yi Batian asked the two capable generals behind him. I don't think it's possible. Qin Mo looked at Yi Hao and said his answer. I think so too. Nangong Wentian thought for a while and said the same thing to Qin Mo. You don't believe in Hao? Yi Batian looked at the two of them strangely. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't believe in him. It's just that it's impossible. Our country is too small. We don't have any cultivation resources. Moreover, the 18th prince hasn't cultivated in the past few years. It's already shocking enough that he can lift an 800-pound Iron Bull. Nangong Wentian didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Batian's prestige. It's my fault for being useless. I couldn't give these children a good starting point. Yi Batian didn't blame Nangong Wentian. Instead, he blamed himself. Your Majesty, you don't have to blame yourself. Everyone in the world knows that the higher the rank of a country, the better the cultivation resources. If you want a country to be of a high rank, you need strong martial artists. As for those with power, they would seek refuge in powerful countries. Without a heaven-sent opportunity, it's too difficult for a country to rise in rank. Qin Mo persuaded. I know all of this. In the 10,000 land continent, there are at least tens of thousands of small countries like ours. Not to mention the wild countries. It is extremely difficult for a country to ascend to the next level. A subordinate country is the biggest obstacle. But I am unwilling to accept this, Yi Batian said with melancholy. He had been developing for decades, but there were only less than 5 peak martial artists in his country. The rest were all rank 9 martial artists. There were only less than 10 of them. This time, the war with the Zhao country, their survival depended on this war. This was also why Yi Batian could easily unify Yi Hao and go out to train. The war was imminent, and the chances of survival were much higher than staying in the palace. Wentian, Qin Mo, why don't we make a bet? Yi Batian's face flashed with melancholy as he looked at the two of them. What does your Majesty want to bet? The two of them looked at Yi Batian in confusion. Why did he suddenly want to make a bet? Let's bet on whether Hao can lift that 500 kilograms Iron Bull. Yi Batian pointed at the Iron Bull and said, What if your Majesty wins? What if you lose? If you win, I'll give you a jug of my precious dragon flame blood wine. If you lose, you have to promise me one thing. Chapter 45. Dragon Flame Blood Wine was Yi Baishan's treasure. There were less than 2 jars. All these years, Nangong Wentian and Qin Wentian had only drunk 2 small cups. Now that they thought about it, they were drooling. Now that Yi Batian was willing to use a jar of Dragon Flame Blood Wine as a wager, they were tempted. This was a sure-win situation. Even if they lost, they wouldn't lose anything. It was just a request. After all, they were subjects, while Yi Batian was the king. If Yi Batian asked them to do it, they would do it. Now that there was a sure-win deal, how could they not agree? They were afraid that Yi Batian would regret it. A king doesn't go back on his word. Yi Batian was domineering, but the corners of his mouth revealed a sly smile. We accept the wager. Nangong Wentian and Qin Wentian were afraid that Yi Batian would regret it. Both of them were grinning from ear to ear as they agreed. Your Majesty, don't be heartbroken when you lose, Nangong Wentian said again. It's just a jar of wine. Yi Batian acted like he didn't care, but he was still slightly nervous. If he really lost the Dragon Flame Blood Wine, he would be heartbroken. How many years had it been? He hadn't even drunk half a jar, and he had even rewarded meritorious subjects. If he lost a jar, he would only have half a jar left. You're awesome. Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao with longing. Yi Hao stood up. He didn't walk towards the 1,000 Jin iron ball. Instead, he walked towards the 500 Jin iron ball and picked it up. Yi Hao's actions stunned everyone. Why didn't you pick up the 1,000 Jin iron ball? Why did you pick up the 500 Jin iron ball? Haha, 18th brother, don't tell me you've been scared silly by big brother. 4th prince raised his head and laughed, mocking. 18th brother, you're going in the wrong direction. The iron ox is over there. The 5th prince also laughed. Right now, he would rather the 1st prince win the competition than see Yi Hao win. Seeing Yi Hao pick up the 500 Jin iron ball, although he did not understand what Yi Hao was trying to do, he did not let go of the opportunity to mock Yi Hao. The eldest prince also laughed coldly, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. Old Qin, looks like we're going to get drunk today. Haha, your Majesty should be heartbroken this time. Nangong Wentian and Qin Mo felt as though success was within their grasp. It was as though they could already see the Dragon Flame Blood Wine placed in front of them. What the hell is this brat doing? My Dragon Flame Blood Wine. When Yi Batian saw the two of them getting carried away, he was very unhappy. However, he could not lose his dignity as an emperor. His heart felt like it was bleeding. Wait, what is the 18th prince doing? A shout of disbelief rang out, attracting everyone's attention. They saw Yi Hao walk to the side of the 800 Jin iron ball. He had Zhu Hongling move further away and placed the 500 Jin iron ball beside the 800 Jin iron ball. Yi Hao looked at the eldest prince with disdain. When the eldest prince saw Yi Hao's gaze, he felt guilty for no reason. The scene of Yi Hao killing the assassin yesterday flashed through his mind. He hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet Yi Hao's gaze. He can't be thinking of lifting both iron balls at the same time, right? When the eldest prince saw Yi Hao's actions, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Impossible, that's too scary. He can't do it. The eldest prince shook his head, throwing this terrifying thought to the back of his mind. Looking at the iron ball in front of him, which was much bigger than him, Yi Hao's heart was beating like a drum. Although he had eaten the dragon tiger pill and his strength had increased by 1200 Jin, he had never tried lifting something so heavy before. However, there was no other way. He could only do this. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain an overwhelming victory. Even if he lifted the 1000 Jin iron ball, he would at most be able to tie with the second prince. If he wanted to win, he would have to lift both iron balls at the same time. 1200 Jin was definitely enough for him to win because 1000 Jin was already the eldest prince's limit. Yi Hao first lifted the 800 Jin iron ball. However, if he wanted to bend down and lift the 500 Jin iron ball, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. He could only put down the 800 Jin iron ball and think of other ways to lift it. 18th brother, can you do it? You should give up. If you can lift both iron balls, I will eat both of them. The eldest prince saw that Yi Hao did not manage to lift the iron bulls and let out a sigh of relief. In his opinion, it was impossible to lift 2 iron bulls at the same time. It was much harder than lifting a 1200 jin iron bull. Although the weight was the same, the difficulty was much higher. I didn't expect eldest brother to have such a hobby. As your younger brother, how can I not satisfy you? Yi Hao was slightly surprised, but he smiled and replied. Let's talk about it after you lift it. The eldest prince coldly replied. This time, Yi Hao wanted to lift both iron bulls at the same time. He only managed to lift a little. Yi Hao felt that it was still not enough, so he could only throw the iron ball back to the ground, because he found that it was too slippery. Using 2 hands to lift an iron ball was relatively easy, but if he wanted to lift 2 iron balls at the same time, and with different weights, it was simply too difficult. If he wanted to lift the iron balls, he had to solve the problem of his hands being slippery. After thinking for a while, Yi Hao suddenly remembered that in his previous life, weightlifters had to apply flour on their hands before lifting weights to prevent their hands from being slippery. Quickly go and get me a basin of flour. Yi Hao ordered a young eunuch. 18th brother, can you do it or not? If you can't, then forget it. That's right. Don't waste everyone's time. There is still a competition later. The 4th prince and the 5th prince complained. The eldest prince also stood there and watched Yi Hao make a fool of himself. What's the hurry? You guys are in a hurry. Go and hold a preliminary competition to broaden everyone's horizons. Don't you see that father is not in a hurry? It's really the eunuch who is not in a hurry. Yi Hao did not give them any face at all. He directly brought Yi Batian along. Who are you calling a eunuch? The 5th prince was furious. Who is in a hurry? 5th brother, are you in a hurry? All right, stop arguing. Let's wait for Hao. Yi Batian tried to dissuade Yi Hao. It was fine to wait for a while. Most importantly, this was related to his jar of dragon flame blood wine. Moreover, he also wanted to know if Yi Hao could lift 2 iron bulls at the same time. The 4th prince and the 5th prince did not dare to speak again. They coldly snorted and angrily sat down on chairs at the side. Since the emperor was not in a hurry, the ministers did not dare to say anything. Although some of them were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. Most importantly, everyone was curious. They also wanted to know if Yi Hao could create a miracle and lift 2 iron bulls at the same time. They could only stand aside and wait obediently. Soon, the young eunuch ran over with a basin of flour. Yi Hao put his hand into the basin and covered his hand with flour. After rubbing it a few times, he felt much better. He had the young eunuch take the flour away. Yi Hao imitated the waist and horse as one in novels. Chapter 46. Yi Hao slowly lifted the 2 iron bulls. Controlling the strength in his arms, he slowly lifted the 2 iron bulls with their heads up. Because the weight of the 2 iron bulls was different, it increased the difficulty. Yi Hao tried his best to control the strength in his arms. At the same time, he held his breath and did not dare to let it out. At this moment, small beads of sweat appeared on Yi Hao's forehead. Finally, Yi Hao lifted the 2 iron bulls. All that was left was to lift the iron bulls above his head. That way, he would win. But this step was also the most difficult. As the saying goes, the last step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Hao's success or failure depended on this step. Ah! Yi Hao roared and stomped his feet. Small cracks appeared on the ground from Yi Hao's stomps. Yi Hao slowly lifted the 2 iron bulls above his head. He stretched out his arms until the iron bulls were completely above his head. They stood proudly on Yi Hao's hands. It was a shocking sight. Yi Hao's long hair had unknowingly spread out and was blown by the wind. His eyes were dazed and no one dared to look at him directly. A 9-year-old child lifting 2 iron bulls that were even bigger than him. It was a strange sight, but everyone felt their minds go blank. At this moment, everyone only had eyes for Yi Hao. Yi Hao stood proudly with the iron bulls in his hands. He shocked all the officials and made them unable to regain their senses for a long time. Are you convinced? Yi Hao roared angrily. He swept his gaze across all the princes with the iron bulls in his hands. All the princes hurriedly lowered their heads. They did not know why, but they felt uneasy and did not dare to look into Yi Hao's eyes. When Yi Hao saw everyone's reaction, he knew that he had achieved his goal. Suddenly, he threw Tai Nyo to the first prince's side, causing a deafening sound. Dust flew everywhere, waking everyone up. They looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Cough cough tilde you, what are you doing? The eldest prince was covered in dust. He kept flapping his hands and roared angrily. Although he was afraid of Yi Hao's strength, he believed that Yi Hao wouldn't dare to do anything with his imperial father here. Big brother, didn't you want to eat iron bull? I'm adding some dishes for you. Yi Hao patted the flour off his hands and giggled. Everyone's faces turned red. The first prince stood there, not knowing what to do. He had said it himself, and it had something to do with his prestige. Rather than eat, he might as well kill him. If he didn't eat, all the officials would be looking at him. The fourth prince and the fifth prince were secretly glad that they weren't the ones who said those words. Today, the first prince had lost all face. Originally, it was a good thing that his martial prowess had increased, and it could increase his prestige. However, compared to Yi Hao, it was simply dog shit *t. The first prince was also filled with regret. However, it was too late to regret now. The first prince could only look at the right prime minister, hoping that the right prime minister would plead on his behalf. The right prime minister could only brace himself and stand up. Your Majesty, let's announce the champion. Let's continue with the competition. The right prime minister only hoped that this topic could be changed so that the first prince wouldn't be in a difficult position. Hao, stop fooling around. Yi Batian was wild with joy. He looked at Yi Hao, treating Yi Hao like a treasure. His Yi Baishan's son could really lift 2 iron bulls, which weighed 1,200 kilograms. Most importantly, he was only 9 years old. If this wasn't a genius, then what was? Yi Batian looked at Nangong Wentian and Qin Mo proudly. Although the two of them looked dejected, the smile at the corner of their eyes revealed their inner thoughts. Compared to a jar of wine, they still hoped that Yi Hao would be as strong as possible. This was because the stronger Yi Hao was, the more promising the future of the kingdom of Yi would be. They were also happy for Yi Batian to have such good sons. Yi Batian knew what the two of them were thinking, but he didn't point it out. Moreover, Yi Hao didn't disappoint him. Moreover, he really couldn't bear to part with a jar of dragon flame blood wine. At this moment, when he saw the right prime minister pleading for leniency, he couldn't help but give face and dissuade him. Yes, father. Yi Hao didn't even think that the first prince would eat the iron bulls. Since he had already taught him a lesson and the first prince had lost all his face, he naturally agreed to Yi Baishan's request. Hao's ability is not bad, but he can't be arrogant. He must be down to earth, Yi Batian instructed. Yi Batian was afraid that Yi Hao would be too proud and arrogant, ruining such a good talent. Don't worry, father, I know what I'm doing. Yi Hao felt warmth in his heart. This kind of fatherly concern was something he had never experienced in his previous life. This was also why Yi Hao had sent out his generals to develop instead of directly taking over the kingdom of Yi. In his heart, as long as these imperial brothers didn't cross his bottom line, Yi Hao wouldn't kill them. Eunuch Ju received Yi Baishan's instructions and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The 18th prince takes first place in the second round of the competition." At the end of the first day of the competition, Yi Hao won 2 rounds in a row. Moreover, he won each round beautifully and astonishingly. Yi Hao immediately became the hot favorite for first place on the Imperial Dragon rankings. Everyone knew that Yi Hao's future was limitless. If nothing unexpected happened, the throne would definitely belong to Yi Hao in the future. Firstly, he was strong, and secondly, he was doted on by Yi Batian. At night, Yi Batian held a big banquet. But only the officials and the sons of the emperors could attend. Zhao Zilong, Qin Qiong, and the others didn't have official ranks, so they couldn't attend. Yi Hao let them go back to rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Yi Hao actually didn't want to attend, but Yi Batian said that he was the main character and couldn't be without him. Yi Hao had no choice but to stay. Many of the officials showed friendly expressions. People kept toasting Yi Hao. Yi Hao had no choice but to drink. In this world, there was no such thing as children not being allowed to drink. Even Prime Minister Li Hong showed friendly expressions and came to toast Yi Hao. This made the princes jealous, but they couldn't do anything about it. Even Qin Mo went to drink with Yi Hao. This was even worse. Who was Qin Mo? He was the general of an army. This behavior reminded people of the morning court a few days ago. Was Qin Mo really standing behind Yi Hao? The princes couldn't help but think about it. If Yi Hao was alone in the court before, now he had a group of important officials and generals standing behind him. Yi Hao was really bored. He was just a kid following a group of adults around. He felt a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. After all, as a prince, he had to obtain the support of the ministers in order to be able to stand in the imperial court. Although he drank a lot, he didn't feel drunk. Firstly, the alcohol in this world wasn't good. The alcohol content was about the same as beer. Secondly, Yi Hao guessed that it might be because his body had become stronger. They ate and drank until the middle of the night. The banquet ended and the crowd started to disperse. Yi Hao stood beside Juju. He followed the officials he had befriended and said goodbye to them one by one. The other princes brought their own people and walked past Yi Hao angrily without saying goodbye to Yi Hao. Yi Hao didn't care about it. He bowed to Yi Batian and was about to leave. But Yi Batian was concerned about him and sent him back in a sedan chair. Yi Hao wanted to refuse, but he felt a little dizzy. Moreover, the journey back to his palace was really long. He felt tired and had no choice but to agree. Chapter 47. Hey! Why aren't we here yet? After an unknown period of time, Yi Hao rubbed his head. The palanquin was still moving. Yi Hao felt that something was amiss. He gently lifted a corner of the curtain and realized that they were no longer in the palace. The palanquin was walking on a deserted path surrounded by towering trees. It was obvious that they were already out of the capital city. Yi Hao knew that something was amiss, but he didn't alert the enemy because he still didn't know what was going on. That brat is already asleep. Why don't we kill him here? A man's voice came from outside the palanquin. No, let's find a deserted place to do it. Another person's voice sounded, but it was very soft. If Yi Hao didn't listen attentively, he wouldn't have heard it clearly. Who wants to do this to me? Yi Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took out a saber from the system. This was one of the 300 sets of equipment rewarded by the system. It had been placed in the system space without a chance to use it. After walking for an unknown period of time, "All right, let's stop here." A voice came from outside the palanquin. "Li Sai, do it. Hurry up. Don't worry, big brother." Li Sai held the saber in his hand and stabbed into the palanquin a few times. But he suddenly realized that there was no blood on the saber. He quickly opened the curtain and saw that it was empty. There was no one inside. "Big brother, there's no one inside." "What?" The big brother quickly came over to check. "Die." Yi Hao hid at the top of the palanquin and slashed at the two of them unexpectedly. The two of them were startled by the sudden sound. When they looked up, they saw a long silver blade slashing towards their faces. Before the two of them could draw their sabers, their heads were split open by Yi Hao. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 warrior. You have received 30 soul points and an ordinary saber." "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 2 warrior. You have received 20 soul points and an ordinary saber." After killing the two of them, the system notification sounded. Yi Hao didn't let down his guard. "Come out, friends. Don't hide anymore. Haha, you're indeed Yi Baishan's son. Not bad. You're worth my time." A man's laughter came from a big tree in the distance. Then, a man in black jumped down from the tree. "Who are you?" Yi Hao knew that since the other party had spent so much effort to kill him, it was impossible for them to only send these two trash. As expected, there were still experts. He stared vigilantly at this man of unknown origin. Yi Hao used appraisal when the man wasn't paying attention. Name, Shoj. Enemy age, 38 strength, rank 2 martial general, dangerous, power, 9s. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that the other party was actually from the 9 Heaven Pavilion. He didn't expect them to be so impatient to make a move. Moreover, they were second-order martial generals. Yi Hao was far from being their opponent. Yi Hao was already prepared to escape. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that your death is related to your second brother. Then you can rest in peace. Shojie wasn't worried that Yi Hao could escape from his hands. What? Yi Hao's pupils constricted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He couldn't believe that this had something to do with the second prince. Because of Yi Batian, he had always been concerned about their blood relationship and didn't want to kill his brothers. Therefore, he didn't send anyone to kill the second prince. Even though he knew that his loss of intelligence was related to them, he didn't expect that they would want to kill him. Seems like I'm too kind, Yi Hao said self-deprecatingly. How else do you think those two trash can enter the palace? Don't be too childish when you're born in the royal family, Shojie said sarcastically. That's right. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. Do it. Yi Hao was in a daze. He seemed to have given up on resisting. That's right. If it wasn't for the organization's orders, I wouldn't dare to disobey. I really want to take you in as my disciple. Shojie was very happy when he saw that Yi Hao was so sensible. However, when he saw Yi Hao's talent, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Throw the knife over to me. Shojie stared at the long knife in Yi Hao's hand and said. It had to be said that Shojie's professionalism was very good. Even now, he was still very vigilant. When he saw Yi Hao throw the knife away, he walked towards Yi Hao. Brat, don't blame me. Shojie's body emitted killing intent. Just as he was about to slice Yi Hao's neck with the knife in his hand, he suddenly saw that a knife had appeared in Yi Hao's hand. Brat, you're looking for death. Shojie's reaction was very fast. However, his arm was still cut by the knife. He shouted angrily. You're the one who's looking for death. Yi Hao didn't give Shojie a chance. After he got the knife, he immediately summoned a long knife and slashed at Shojie's waist. However, Shojie was worthy of being a general. His reaction was very fast. He quickly adjusted his condition and counterattacked. Yi Hao didn't show any mercy. Relying on his fearless spirit, he continued to attack. Yi Hao continuously used the butterfly steps. However, it didn't have any effect. Shojie's speed was even faster than his by a bit. 2 levels. How can the difference be so big? Yi Hao was very unwilling. He didn't expect that it was only a difference of 2 levels. Even with the butterfly steps, he couldn't do anything. He was completely suppressed by his opponent. Not long after, his body was covered in wounds. On Shojie's body, there was only the first wound. This can't go on. If this goes on, I'm going to die here. Yi Hao knew that if this continued, he would be finished. System, I want to summon a general. Ding dong, sorry. The host is in a state of battle and cannot summon a general. Damn you. Yi Hao cursed. As he fought, he looked into the system space. Suddenly, he saw 2 talismans. Yi Hao knew that he was saved. Who is it? Come out. Yi Hao was just about to take out the talismans when he heard Shojie's shout. At the same time, he looked around cautiously. There's still someone else. Yi Hao held the talismans in his hand. He didn't use them immediately. He wanted to know who else was here. For Shojie to be so cautious, their strength must not be low. However, they definitely weren't his people. In the entire Yi country, there wasn't a single true general-level expert. For example, Nangong Wentian was only a 10th level warrior. However, compared to a 1st level warrior, there was still a world of difference. Sir, don't panic. We're also here to take this brat's life. A voice sounded. From afar, 2 people walked out and respectfully replied to Shojie. Yi Hao took advantage of Shojie's distraction and hurriedly used, examine. What he didn't expect was that there were actually 2 1st level warrior experts. Moreover, They were actually people from the Qian country. You guys really think highly of me. You actually sent out a general-level expert. Yi Hao sneered. Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. The two people from the Qian country didn't waste any time and quickly took out their weapons to join the battle. Chapter 48. Don't tell me you think you can escape from the hands of us three generals. If we really let you escape, the three of us might as well kill you. Yi Hao's actions puzzled Shuo Jie. He wondered if Yi Hao had any other tricks up his sleeve. However, the other two from Qian Guo did not care at all. Stop talking nonsense. Attack with all your might. I don't believe that this brat can escape. Shuo Jie felt uneasy, but he did not know why. Bye-bye. But before I leave, I'll fulfill your request. Yi Hao saw the three of them attacking again and quickly used the talisman in his hand. A white light flashed and Yi Hao disappeared from where he stood. Dodge. Shuo Jie saw three unknown objects flying towards the three of them and hurriedly shouted. Because Shuo Jie had suffered at Yi Hao's hands before, he was able to react quickly. However, the other two people were slower to react. Two unknown objects flew towards them and smashed into their faces. Instantly, a foul stench spread out. The two of them wiped their faces, and when they saw the sticky substance in their hands, they immediately fell to the ground and vomited. Shuo Jie frowned and quickly left while covering his nose. Yi Hao had disappeared without a trace, so he had to report it immediately. The moment Yi Hao used the talisman, he felt his eyes close and then open again. He realized that he was no longer where he was before. He wondered if the three generals were injured or not. Yi Hao imagined the three generals being defeated and laughed out loud. Although he could not summon his generals during battle, he could exchange them for items. However, the system's products were really good. A mere talisman could teleport people instantly. It was faster than a rocket. But, where was this? Yi Hao bitterly realized that he was in a desolate valley. This was great. He had come out to train in advance and he did not even know where he was. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon ranking competition had not ended yet. If he failed, he would lose everything. Moreover, he had disappeared without a word. He did not know how anxious his father would be. 9 Heavens Pavilion, Qian Guo, second brother. Just you wait, Yi Hao said fiercely. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have to come to this desolate place. However, Imperial Father, I don't need to worry. They probably don't dare to openly attack Imperial Father. They still have some misgivings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to assassinate me. As for Zhouhong Chestnut, there's Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong to protect Yi Hao. The 9 Heavens Pavilion must have targeted him because of the restaurants. They must have felt pressured after seeing his flaming emperor restaurant and wanted to deal with him. Yi Hao was worried about those chefs. They were all treasure basins and resurrection points. However, the other party really thought highly of him. They actually sent a general-level expert to deal with him. Qian Guo even sent 2 general-level experts. No wonder Imperial Father didn't dare to offend Qian Guo. It seems that it was because of the general-level experts. Originally, Yi Hao was feeling complacent after exchanging so many people. However, he now knew that he was a frog in a well. If it wasn't for the teleportation talisman, he would really be finished today. Moreover, even if Zhao Zilong and the rest were here, it would be useless. After all, Zhao Zilong and the rest were only rank 10 warriors. There was still a big gap between them and general-level experts. It seemed that he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to summon stronger generals. However, when he thought about increasing his strength, Yi Hao was troubled. He didn't have a good cultivation technique. Moreover, cultivation techniques couldn't be completed in a day. He still had to rely on the system. However, the system always said that his level wasn't high enough to summon stronger generals. At most, he could only raise the strength of his subordinates to rank 10 warriors. He couldn't even raise their strength to rank 10 warriors. Forget it, I'll go to sleep first. At most, I'll summon more peak-level experts. If their strength isn't high enough, I'll just summon more people. Yi Hao was really sleepy. He found a small cave and used his reputation to exchange for a tent. After making a fire to prevent wild beasts and insects from entering, he fell asleep. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining first place in the Imperial Dragon leaderboard. The reward is 1,000 resurrection points, 10 million gold, God Explosion Pill, 3 random product formulas, and 1 random skill to increase by 1 level. What's going on? How did the mission end? Yi Hao was awakened by the system's notification. At first, he was very dissatisfied that the system had disturbed his good sleep. However, after checking the system's notification, his sleepiness was immediately gone. It seems that Zilong and Qin Qiong won the competition. Therefore, my mission is completed. Yi Hao guessed in his heart. Actually, Yi Guo went crazy early in the morning. Because Yi Hao couldn't be found, Yi Batian had sent people to search for him. However, there were no clues at all. However, the Imperial Dragon leaderboard competition couldn't be delayed. Therefore, they had to hold the third competition. Originally, everyone thought that since Yi Hao was missing, he wouldn't be able to obtain first place in the Imperial Dragon leaderboard. Of course, the fifth prince was the happiest. He had Hua Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. It was impossible for him not to win. Of course, other than Yi Batian, the ones who were most worried about Yi Hao's disappearance were Zhao Zilong, Zhou Chestnut, and the others. However, Zhao Zilong and the others had a feeling that Yi Hao was definitely still alive. As for where he was, they didn't know. Zhao Zilong hurriedly reported to Yi Batian. With Zhao Zilong's assurance, Yi Batian was slightly relieved. This was because Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong still remembered that Yi Hao had told them to do well in the competition. Thinking of this, they immediately went up the stage. In the end, the two swept through all 4 directions. Not a single opponent was an opponent. Even Hua Xiong, who the fifth prince was full of confidence in, was defeated. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Where did the 18th prince find these 2 monsters? In the end, Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong won. Yi Hao naturally obtained first place in the Imperial Dragon leaderboard. After the competition ended, Yi Batian called Zhao Zilong and Qin Qiong to his side. After a few words, the two's expressions changed slightly. They immediately left the capital city with Zhou Chestnut, Liu Shorofeng, and all the chefs. As for where they went, no one knew. Yi Batian called Nangong Wentian and Qin Mo over. He gave each of them an item and opened a jar of dragon flame blood wine. The 3 of them ate their fill. Nangong Wentian left the palace. On the same day, news came that Qin Mo had led an army to rebel and left the country of Yi to establish his own family. This news shocked everyone. At night, Yi Batian ordered the 5th prince to be the regent of the country. The left and right prime ministers would assist him. Yi Batian led the other princes and led 10,000 royal guards and 40,000 ordinary soldiers to attack the country of Zhao. As for the envoys, they had already left after failing to kill Yi Hao. Of course, Yi Hao didn't know what had happened. He only knew that he had completed his mission and didn't need to clear everything. Yi Hao used his reputation to exchange for some food and drinks. After eating, he still needed to know where he was. After all, there was no one in the wilderness. After eating, Yi Hao walked out of the cave. Yi Hao looked at the huge valley. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Only one side could be seen from afar. There was only one exit. Chapter 49. Yi Hao summoned the purple cry flying horse. Luckily, the saddle and stirrups had been taken back into the system. Otherwise, he would have to buy a new one. After putting the saddle and stirrups together, Yi Hao still had some difficulty getting on the purple cry flying horse. After all, the purple cry flying horse was much bigger than a normal horse. Yi Hao was only a 9-year-old child. Although his body had been modified by the dragon tiger pill and was much taller than his peers, it was still not enough in front of the purple cry flying horse. But the purple cry flying horse was very intelligent. Because Yi Hao was its master, it was very docile in front of Yi Hao. At the same time, it seemed to know why Yi Hao was worried. Yi Hao bent forward and easily got on the back of the purple cry flying horse. Okay. Seeing that you are so sensible, I will find you a few mares in the future. Yi Hao patted the purple cry flying horse and said, Come, bring me around. Tilda the purple cry flying horse let out an excited neigh and galloped away. This was Yi Hao's second time riding a horse. He was very excited. In a short while, they had circled around the valley. There was a lake in the valley. The rest of the land was filled with trees and grass. But strangely, there was not a single beast. Yi Hao didn't think too much and took out the city construction map. Ding dong, do you want to use the city construction map? Yes. Ding dong, the conditions are not met. Please collect the resources before starting construction. What? Yi Hao thought that he could build a city just by taking out the map. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He immediately checked the map's information. City construction map level 1 requires 1,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of food, 10,000 taels of gold, and 100 workers. Damn, so many things. Yi Hao exclaimed. These things are nothing compared to a city, the system replied. That's true. Yi Hao felt the same and nodded. Stone and wood were everywhere, but they had to be mined by themselves. As for food, Yi Hao did not have it, so he could only exchange it with the system. Fortunately, 1 reputation point could be exchanged for 2 units of food. Yi Hao's face turned green. This was too expensive. Fortunately, he had accumulated some reputation points over the past few days. Otherwise, it would not be enough. Moreover, if they wanted to build a city, they needed to clear out a piece of land. Therefore, it was necessary to cut down trees. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Hao immediately spent 200 resurrection points to summon 200 normal players. He then spent 400 reputation points to exchange for 100 axes and 100 chisels. He distributed them to everyone and got them to work. Yi Hao spent another 300 resurrection points to summon 300 normal players. Then, he took out all the equipment from the space and had them equip it. In a short moment, 300 soldiers stood in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. He finally had his own soldiers. Although they were not very strong and lacked combat experience, they were still well-equipped soldiers. It would be a piece of cake for them to go up against ordinary mountain bandits. Each of you, take 3 people with you and scout around. See if there are any cities or bandits nearby. Yi Hao pointed to 10 people and instructed. He needed to quickly find a faction and rob it. Otherwise, these 500 people would starve to death in this valley. In order to build this city, Yi Hao had basically gone bankrupt. He had the remaining soldiers help cut down trees or dig up stones. Yi Hao lay by the lake and thought about his future development. Since he had come out, he could not return empty-handed. No matter what, he had to build an army. Just the Qian country alone was enough to give him a lot of pressure. Yi Hao checked his character's status. Yi country, 10th grade kingdom, identity, Yi country's 18th prince strength, peak martial artist, 100 jin to 200 jin for normal people, 300 jin for rank 1 martial artist, skills, detection, beginner, can detect information of characters not higher than the main character by 2 levels. Beast taming, beginner, can tame normal horses and wild beasts. Archery, beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection points, 855 soul points, 452 reputation, 210 generals, 22 chefs, 148 soldiers, 300 normal players, 200 subordinates, 9 peak martial artist subordinates. Zhongyang items, city, can be built at level 1, dagger, face-changing pill, 10, teleportation talisman, 1, explosive god pill, 1, any level up, 3 random recipes, 1,000 units of food. Money, 11. 27 million taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,010 copper coins. Quest, Heart of the Strong SSS, help me draw the recipe. Yi Hao instructed the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining golden saw medicine recipe. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining erguatu recipe. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for obtaining laxative recipe. Yi Hao threw all the recipes into the system. He had no use for them at the moment, but Yi Hao believed that the system was right. Just like the golden saw medicine, it was a necessity for the army to fight. Moreover, the system's recipe might be very effective. Also, don't underestimate the erguatu recipe. Just like the wine Yi Hao drank yesterday, the alcohol content was like beer and it tasted very bad. Moreover, it was for the royal family, not for ordinary people. Therefore, Yi Hao believed that the erguatu recipe would be as popular as the flaming yellow tower. Unfortunately, he was now in this godforsaken place, so what use was there? After a while, some people came back. They were the people that Yi Hao had sent out. How was it? Did you find anything? Yi Hao quickly stood up and asked. Reporting to the young emperor, I caught a bandit and found out that there are only 3 powers and 7 cities within a radius of 100 li. There are bandits everywhere. The soldier replied while panting heavily. How far is the nearest city from us? How strong is it? Yi Hao asked urgently. The closest city to us is Sparrow City, about 10 kilometers away. There are about 3,000 soldiers and the emperor is called Sparrow Demon. His strength is unknown, but there are 2 generals under him. The soldier replied carefully. Well done. This highness will confer you the rank of sergeant and reward you with 10 taels of gold. Yi Hao praised. He didn't expect this soldier to be so detailed. The others were envious and secretly told themselves that they had to work harder in the future. It seems like this Sparrow City is an unrated country. Moreover, it seems like I have been teleported out of the Yi country's sphere of influence. Yi Hao guessed in his heart. Although this Sparrow City was an unranked country, it was still not something that Yi Hao could deal with right now. Sparrow City truly had 3,000 soldiers and horses. Yi Hao's 300 soldiers and horses were dressed like dogs, but in front of Sparrow City, they were nothing but trash. Are there any mountain strongholds or bandit lairs nearby? Yi Hao couldn't win against the Sparrow City, so he could only think of bandits. Yes, young emperor. The bandit that I caught is a small fry from the nearby Little Fish Mountain. How strong is it? Yi Hao had to know the strength of the bandits before he dared to make a judgment. Only about 100 people. Chapter 50. There were countless countries in the world of 10,000 countries and there were wars everywhere. With more wars, there would be more refugees. With more refugees, there would naturally be more bandits. Yi Hao's current location was surrounded by mountains. Within a radius of less than 100 miles, there were hundreds of bandits who ruled over the mountains and made a living by robbing. Little Fish Mountain was the smallest bandit force. It had gathered more than 100 people and occupied a small hill. It was less than 2 miles away from the valley where Yi Hao was. If Yi Hao wanted to build a city, he had to clear out the nearby bandits. Moreover, he was currently lacking in resources. He had no choice but to attack the bandits. He couldn't defeat a city now. Yi Hao's current goal was to clear out the bandits and expand his forces. When the time came, he would attack the weakest city, Sparrow City. After Yi Hao asked for the address, he rode the purple cry flying horse alone to investigate. At the very least, he had to know the other party's strength. If the other party was a general-level expert, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? After all, this was no longer the country of Yi. Moreover, who knew if the captured bandit was telling the truth? The purple cry flying horse was very fast. Yi Hao looked at the mountain peak in front of him. The shape was really like a small fish lying on the ground. It seemed like this was Little Fish Mountain. As it was already dark, he could see halfway up the mountain. It was brightly lit and he could see half of the mountain stronghold. Yi Hao found a secluded place and tied up the horse. He used 2 prestige points to exchange for a set of night clothes from the system and quietly crept up the mountain. Yi Hao hid behind a rock and looked at the 3 or 4 bandits in front of him. They were hugging their knives and chatting. They didn't notice Yi Hao at all. Yi Hao secretly used the detection skill on one of them. Wang Ju age, 26 quality, normal faction, Little Fish Mountain strength. Martial artist rank 7 identity. Little Fish Mountain's bandit what? Yi Hao couldn't believe the system's information. He hurriedly checked again, but it was the same. How is this possible? With such strength, he would at least be a chili arch in the country of Yi. He's just a bandit. The more Yi Hao thought, the more shocked he was. Hopefully, this is just an accident. He's the only one with such high strength. Yi Hao then used examine on the others. As a result, Yi Hao was stunned. None of the 4 people were lower than a rank 6 warrior. Yi Hao's heart was in a mess. With such strength, he would be able to do well even in Yi country, yet here he was, acting as a bandit. If this person was a bandit chief or a bandit leader, it would be fine. But who would have thought that this person was just a small fry from a small mountain stronghold? It was only after coming out of the house that he realized how big the outside world was. Compared to the world of 10,000 countries, Yi is like a chestnut in the vast ocean. It's just like comparing Earth to the entire Milky Way galaxy or the entire chaotic realm. Forget it, I'll think of something when I get back. Yi Hao quietly retreated. Even if he sneaked into the bandit now, it would be useless as he would be in a sea of fire. Even the bandits guarding the gate were so strong, not to mention the bandit leader. At the very least, he would be an expert at the level of a general. Yi Hao sighed. His 300 men might not even be able to barge into the bandits' gate. In fact, Yi Hao was thinking too much. Not all the bandits in Mount Xiaoyu were martial artists. There were also some ordinary odd-job workers. For example, the captive that was captured by his soldiers today was an ordinary odd-job worker. It was because of the odd-job worker's disappearance that Mount Xiaoyu sent 4 expert martial artists to guard the gate. Yi Hao mistakenly thought that the 100 over bandits in Mount Xiaoyu were all expert martial artists. Yi Hao didn't know that his arrival had attracted the attention of Mount Xiaoyu. It was just that they hadn't discovered him yet. After returning to the valley, more than half of the trees and stones had been collected after a day of mining. There was already a large empty space in the middle. It should be enough for the construction of the city. Everyone had been busy for a day. Yi Hao let the 200 over men rest and sleep while the 300 soldiers continued with their work. Mount Xiaoyu was already a threat to him. The only way to protect themselves was to build the city as soon as possible. System, how can I level up? I'm too weak now. Yi Hao walked into the cave and asked the system anxiously. Once you complete the heart of the expert, all of this won't be a problem. Isn't that obvious? If it was so easy to complete, I would have completed it long ago, Yi Hao said anxiously. Is that so? If you were really determined, Yi's troops would have been in your hands long ago. Yi Hao was speechless. What the system said was true. He had so many generals under his command. If he wanted to seize the military power of Yi, it would be easy. However, he didn't do so. Perhaps it was because of his family ties with Yi Batian that he didn't want to do so. Or perhaps it was because he wasn't ruthless enough and wasn't decisive enough. As long as you complete the construction of the city, you might be able to increase your strength, the system said after thinking for a long time. Really? Yi Hao was doubtful. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, before you do that, I advise you to take your divine explosion pill. But you have to think carefully. Even if you don't take it, you can still increase your strength. If you take it, your life will be in danger, the system said coldly. Divine explosion pill? Why do I have to take it? When Yi Hao heard the system's words, he immediately took out the bottle of divine explosion pill from the system space and asked curiously. Divine explosion pill can be used at the peak of a martial artist's life. Age cannot exceed 10 years old. Can be used to forge the innate Holy Spirit martial body. If one's willpower isn't strong enough, consider it carefully. What's the innate Holy Spirit martial body? It can even cause one's body to explode. That's too scary. Yi Hao was puzzled and afraid when he saw the description. Fortunately, he didn't use it recklessly. However, Yi Hao believed that since the system rewarded him and allowed him to use it, there must be a reason for it. However, he still had to understand what the innate Holy Spirit martial body was. This world was a martial artist's world. Everyone's body was like a container. Every martial artist cultivated continuously in order to break through their own potential. They wanted to be able to contain more power and even become immortals or gods. The hierarchy of this world was divided into martial artist, martial general, Wu-Hu, martial king, martial spirit, martial venerable, emperor Wu, martial emperor, martial sage, and martial god. However, many martial arts in this world had been lost. The martial arts in the air had gradually decreased. Therefore, cultivation was even more difficult. Even martial sages were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Martial gods didn't appear in 10,000 years. Chapter 51. A martial artist's physique is divided into ordinary physique, low-grade physique, middle-grade physique, high-grade physique, and peerless physique. The innate Holy Spirit martial body is above the peerless physique. It is the most perfect physique in the world. Most people couldn't wait to break through to the general rank when they reached rank 10 warrior. They didn't know that if they resisted the temptation to break through and continued to temper their body to the extreme, they would be able to go further in the future. Most of all, it is impossible to reach the 10th rank before the age of 10. Moreover, achieving the innate Holy Spirit martial body is related to whether you can fully open the 72 beast veins in the future. Of course, this is still far from you. As long as you know that you have the innate Holy Spirit martial body, even if you are a 10th rank warrior or a 2nd rank general, you can still kill people above your level. I can even kill people above my level. This is the first time Yi Hao understood the cultivation system of this world. Only now did he know how weak he is. He thought that after summoning Zhao Zilong and the others, he would be very strong. Who knew that he would be defeated in 2 days? First, he was chased by the 9 Heaven Pavilion and Qian Guo. Then, he was attacked by a bandit. Who knew that there are 8 realms above the general level? However, the innate Holy Spirit martial body is very tempting. If he breaks through to the innate Holy Spirit martial body, he won't have to run away when he met Shojie yesterday. He might even be able to kill him. Yi Hao thought for a while. Should he eat it or not? There is no harm in not eating it. However, he is already 9 years old and will soon be 10 years old. If he doesn't eat it, he might not have another chance in the future. If he eats it, he might get the innate Holy Spirit martial body and be able to kill people above his level and increase his future potential. However, if he is not careful, he will die. I don't care, I will fight. Yi Hao gritted his teeth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At worst, he would die with his eggs facing the sky. Yi Hao doesn't want to give up this opportunity. Have you really decided? The system confirmed again. Yes. Yi Hao will not change his mind easily. Then you go and tell your subordinates that they must not disturb you when you are refining your body. Yi Hao walked out of the cave and instructed everyone not to disturb him. However, he was still worried. He was still afraid that if Mount Xiaoyu or the other mountain bandits came over, he wouldn't have enough subordinates to kill. If that happened, he would be finished. System, help me summon 20 martial artists who are at the pinnacle of martial artists. Yi Hao's heart bled profusely. This time, he was at the end of his rope. Ding dong, are you sure you want to spend 855 resurrection points and 240 mixed points to summon 20 martial artists? Yes. In an instant, 20 strong men at the peak of martial artist realm appeared in front of Yi Hao. After bowing to Yi Hao, they stood where they were and waited for orders. Yi Hao stared at the 20 of them, his heart still beating like a drum. If these people were brought to the Yi country, they would definitely be a powerful force. However, they were still somewhat unreliable when facing a general. After all, they didn't have any combat experience. How could those bandits who had been through the baptism of war compare to them? But no matter what, his safety was guaranteed. Moreover, the bandits might not come over. Looking at the 20 empty-handed men in front of him, Yi Hao spent another 100 reputation points to exchange for a few decent long swords and gave them to them. It was a pity that these people were not good at archery and only had brute strength. Otherwise, they could exchange for some bows and arrows and let their subordinates guard the entrance of the valley. Even martial artists wouldn't dare to attack so easily. However, Yi Hao still spent 100 reputation points to exchange for 10 ordinary bows with a range of only a few dozen meters. He also exchanged for 500 arrows and gave them to them. Originally, Yi Hao wanted to exchange for the Zhuge repeating crossbow because it didn't require any skills. However, when he saw that even the most ordinary crossbow cost 100 reputation points, he could only look at it for a while. The reputation points that he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days had finally been used up. Just exchanging for food had cost him 1,000 reputation points. After that, he had exchanged for axes and chisels. Now, he had exchanged for swords and bows. Yi Hao checked his attributes and saw that he still had 207 soul points left. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, immediately summoning 2 generals. Although they were also peak martial artists, even if they were low-grade martial artists, they were still stronger than ordinary martial artist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a mid-grade martial artist, Little Li Guang Huarong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade martial artist, Zhong Zhu. Yi Hao knew that Little Li Guang Huarong was ranked 9th among the 108 generals of Liangshan. He had great archery skills and was unrivaled in the world with his bow. He used a silver spear and was adept at horseback archery. Zhong Zhu was a general of Shu during the Three Kingdoms period and didn't appear often. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't know much about him. Huarong and Zhong Zhu greet young emperor. The 2 generals appeared in front of Yi Hao. Generals, there's no need to be so courteous. Huarong, choose 10 people and distribute these 10 sets of bows and arrows. Hide them at the entrance of the valley and prevent outsiders from entering. Huarong receives the order. Huarong cupped his fists and replied. Zhong Zhu, cooperate with General Huarong to guard the entrance of the valley. Don't let anyone enter the valley. If anyone disobeys, kill them without mercy. Yi Hao continued to instruct Zhong Zhu. Zhong Zhu receives the order. Huarong chose 10 people who were peak martial artists. Each of them held a bow and arrows, carried a quiver of arrows on their backs, and hung their swords on their waists. Then, he led them to the entrance of the valley and set up an ambush. On the other hand, Zhong Zhu ordered his subordinates to move the stones and trees to the entrance of the valley to form a simple fortification. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction and turned around to return to the cave. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the mission to forge the innate Holy Spirit martial body. Mission reward, level up by 3 levels, 1,000 resurrection points, acquired the innate Holy Spirit martial body. Mission failure punishment, none. Yi Hao didn't expect to obtain another mission. However, the reward was very generous. Just level up by 3 levels. Doesn't that mean that he would be able to fight against a 5th-level martial general? Although compared to Qian Guo, it might not be much, but it was still better than standing still. At the very least, he should be able to summon a martial general. When he has a martial general, at least he wouldn't have to be so afraid that he wouldn't even dare to fight against a bandit. Moreover, Yi Hao's hatred for Qian Guo and the 9th Heaven Pavilion were engraved in his heart. However, when he saw that there was no punishment, Yi Hao curled his lips. Damn it, I'm going to fail. I'm already dead. What's the point of punishing me? What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just die. Yi Hao comforted himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the ordinary pill in his hand and swallowed it. This doesn't feel anything. Damn it, it hurts so much. At first, Yi Hao didn't feel anything. However, in the next second, he felt as if millions of needles were piercing his body. In an instant, all of Yi Hao's pores were bleeding. Yi Hao's mind went blank. Then, all the cells in his body started to recover. Chapter 52. Yi Hao knew that it would be very painful, but he never thought that it would be this painful. This was an unimaginable extreme pain. The pain seeped into his bones and soul. Yi Hao felt that even death was a kind of desire now. Hold on, it will be more intense later. It will take at least half an hour. The system's voice revealed a trace of emotion again. It was also worried for Yi Hao and was also cheering for Yi Hao. After all, the system was the incarnation of the realm spirit. The heavy burden of the Chaos Realm fell on Yi Hao's shoulders. If Yi Hao was finished, the Chaos Realm would be finished too. Don't worry. I will. Hold on. Yi Hao gritted his teeth and roared with a ferocious expression. The current Yi Hao was still a child. His clothes were already soaked in blood. Blood was still dripping from the ends of his hair, emitting a thick bloody smell. However, there was also a foul smell mixed in with the blood. It should be the smell of the impurities in his body. The smell of blood filled the air. A few insignificant bubbles appeared on the lake water in the valley. Yi Hao's current appearance was like the son of the devil who had just crawled out of hell. It was extremely terrifying. First Master, I've investigated clearly. The disappearance of the servants seems to be related to the evil Dragon Valley. On Mount Xiaoyu, the First Master sat on a chair and listened to the subordinate's report. His expression changed as if he had thought of a terrifying existence. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Big brother, do you think it's... The Third Master looked at the First Master. He wanted to say something but stopped. His expression was similar to the First Master's. Replying to the few masters, it has nothing to do with that person. It's just that some people have appeared in the evil Dragon Valley. They are chiseling stones and cutting trees there. Many of them are fully equipped. The underling knew that the few masters had misunderstood and hurriedly said with a smile. Who is so reckless to chisel stones and cut trees in the evil Dragon Valley? Are they crazy? The Third Master sneered. It should be some outsiders. The First Master said with a thoughtful expression. He was conflicted in his heart. Big brother, you can't be thinking about this group of people, right? The Second Master understood the First Master's thoughts. When he saw the First Master's pondering expression, he immediately guessed. Second brother knows me best. Didn't you hear what he said? They even have equipment. Didn't the heavens give it to us? I believe that if we wear it, we will be even stronger. The big boss's eyes were filled with greed. How strong are they? The second head thought about it and agreed, but he still asked cautiously. Don't worry, Second Master. They are all ordinary people. There isn't even a single cultivator. If we aren't afraid of alerting them, our brothers will take care of them, the underling said confidently. All right, let's gather our brothers. We can't let the other mountains take advantage of us. When we return, I'll remember your contribution. When the great leader heard this, what was he waiting for? Wasn't this giving him resources for free? A group of ordinary people dared to run into evil Dragon Valley. Thank you, boss. The lackey shouted happily and hurriedly went to call for more people. Big brother, this is nothing. We are all generals. Although we can't do it in other places, in our territory, we are not afraid of ordinary people. The Second Master wanted to dissuade them, but he was interrupted by the First Master. Seeing that the First Master and Second Master had already walked out, he shook his head and sighed. He could only chase after them. The Second Master felt uneasy. There was only one mountain path to enter Evil Dragon Valley and they had to pass through Little Fish Mountain. With so many people, how could they enter Evil Dragon Valley silently? However, when he thought of the strength of Little Fish Mountain, the Second Master felt slightly relieved. The First Master was a third-rank Marshal General, himself was a second-rank Marshal General, and the Third Master was a first-rank Marshal General. There were 60 to 70 warriors under him, and 20 of them were 6th-rank martial warriors. Although the number was small, they were all elites. They rushed towards Evil Dragon Valley. In a few minutes, the group arrived at the entrance of Evil Dragon Valley. They saw that the entrance was blocked by stones and trees, and the intersection was filled with people. The Second Master observed for a while. Sure enough, they were all ordinary people. It seemed that he was overthinking. Third brother, Take a dozen people with you and kill them directly. Don't destroy their equipment. The first master was still cautious and ordered. Big brother, watch carefully. The third master waved the axe in his hand and said, brothers, follow me. Brother Hua Rong, are you confident? Zhongzhu looked at Hua Rong worriedly. He watched as Hua Rong narked his bow. There was still 70 to 80 meters to the entrance of the valley. Watch carefully. Hua Rong replied to Zhongzhu. His eyes never left the third master because he felt that the opponent was very strong. At least, he was not confident that he could defeat the opponent. You guys, when they get close, use all your strength to shoot. Don't hit them, just don't let them get close to the entrance of the valley. Hua Rong ordered the 10 archers at the same time. Whoosh tilde when the third master was within 100 meters, Hua Rong's arrow flew towards the third master's head. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air was heard, but the third master did not care about it. Therefore, he did not care about the archers. Be careful. The second master had been looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, he saw an arrow flying out from the bushes in the valley. He immediately shouted out a warning. The third master did not know what was going on. All he saw was a black dot flying towards him. However, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only watch as the arrow pierced through his forehead. He looked in the direction where the arrow came from. He never thought that he would die in such a cowardly way. Good job. Zhongzhu looked at Hua Rong excitedly. They had not even started the fight and they had already killed an expert. This was enough to shock the enemy and boost their own morale. Seeing the third master fall to the ground, a smile appeared on Hua Rong's face and he said, you can only blame them for being too careless. They are not weaker than you and me. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 arrows to kill them. That is because Brother Hua Rong's archery skills are superb. The other 2 won't have it so easy. Hua Rong had never heard of a bow before. He was multitasking. He chatted with Zhongzhu while killing the enemies. Soon, another 3 or 4 enemies fell to the ground. They were all shot in the forehead. Zhongzhu was impressed. Even if I die today, I will not let the enemy disturb Xiao Di. Zhongzhu touched the weapon in his hand. He was not afraid of death. He also felt that the enemy was too powerful. Even he was not a match for them. He had to fight to the death. Come back. They have sharpshooters. The second master shouted anxiously as he pulled the first master back. Soon, only 3 of the more than a dozen warriors that had rushed forward had returned. Other than the ones that Hua Rong had killed, the 10 archers had also shot randomly. They had killed a few more and the rest did not dare to come any closer. Chapter 53. Brother Hua Rong, you don't have to blame yourself. You stay here with your men. I'll go down and guard the valley. They'll definitely rush up here. Those bastards won't be able to handle it, Zhongzhu said casually, but Hua Rong knew that Zhongzhu might not make it back alive. Don't worry. I'll watch over you. I won't let you get close to anyone, Hua Rong promised with a smile. Brother Hua Rong, I'm not worried. I'm going. Zhongzhu picked up his weapon and ran towards the entrance of the valley. Remember to stay alive. Ask Xiao Di to treat us to a drink, Hua Rong shouted without looking back. You too. Brothers, I'll open a path for you. I'll avenge the third leader. The bandit leader found a wooden shield out of nowhere and placed it in front of him. Then, he raised his broadsword and rushed into the valley. Quite a few arrows hit the wooden shield, but they were unable to injure the bandit leader. Hua Rong could only give up and continue to attack the other bandits. The bandit leader leaped over the trees, blocking the mountain pass like a tiger in a flock of sheep. None of his subordinates could withstand a single blow. Not a single person was able to get close to him. At this time, the second-in-command of the bandits also rushed in with his men. You guys go guard the entrance. I'll go help General Zhong. Hua Rong slung his bow on his body. The bandits had already entered the valley. Arrows were no longer effective. He rushed down with his spear. I swear I won't let the enemy disturb Xiao Di, Zhongzhu shouted as he killed a bandit. He then rushed towards the bandit leader. By then, the bandit leader had killed no less than 40 people. However, everyone was still rushing towards him. They didn't care about their lives and weren't afraid of death. This made him even more curious about what was in the evil Dragon Valley. Zhongzhu didn't have the upper hand against the bandit leader. He was stabbed 3 or 4 times in a short while. However, he still swung his weapon and attacked the bandit leader relentlessly. When the bandit leader saw Zhongzhu's reckless attacks, he was somewhat shocked. He could only carefully deal with them. However, he knew that Zhongzhu wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even if Zhongzhu attacked as if he didn't care about his life, he didn't gain any advantage. "Brother Zhong, Hua Rong is here to help you." Hua Rong grabbed an arrow and threw it at the bandit leader. He held his spear and attacked the bandit leader's chest. The Great Master hurriedly dodged the arrow, but he was too late to dodge Hua Rong's spear. His arm was cut open. Seeing Hua Rong come to help, Zhongzhu's attack became even more ferocious, aiming for the Great Master's vital points. The bandit leader was able to deal with the two's attacks. However, he couldn't kill them in a short time. After a short while, Yi Hao's 300 soldiers were reduced to less than 100. Other than the 10 warriors guarding the cave entrance, there were only 6 warriors left. 4 of them were attacking the second head. On the other hand, there were still over 40 people left on the other side. If this continued, Hua Rong's group would definitely be wiped out. "You guys, attack that cave." While the second leader was fighting, he used the corner of his eyes to look at the cave in the distance. There were actually 10 people guarding the entrance of the cave. They were motionless there. He felt that there was definitely a problem. "Host, hold on for a little longer. You will be done in 3 minutes. The system helped him to count the time. Yi Hao didn't even have the energy to curse anymore. The waves of pain were getting stronger and stronger. He felt that his body had been through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in the past half an hour. Every time, the pain was so deep that it was imprinted in his soul. "No, I have to hold on. My brothers outside are still fighting for me." Yi Hao screamed in his heart. Ever since Hua Rong killed the bandit leader, Yi Hao knew about it. But now, he didn't even have the energy to scream. "It's coming again." Yi Hao felt as though there were countless barbed knives slicing at his body. Even death was an extravagant hope at the moment. "No, I have to hurry." Yi Hao could hear the sounds of fighting coming from outside the cave. Any later and Hua Rong and the rest would be doomed. Suddenly, Yi Hao felt the pain in his body disappear in a second. At this moment, Yi Hao's body seemed to have turned into a black hole, absorbing the martial Dao energy in the air. However, the martial Dao energy in the cave was far from enough. Slowly, the martial Dao energy in the entire valley gathered and formed a vortex. The vortex on Yi Hao's body grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, the sky of the infinite land continent turned dark. Purple golden lightning flashed in the sky and gathered into a giant. With a flick of his finger, he destroyed thousands of mountains and rivers. Everyone in the valley stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The entire infinite land continent was in an uproar. Many old monsters who were in seclusion, including martial emperors, martial sages, and even martial gods, came out of seclusion and looked at the purple golden lightning giant in the sky. In the infinite land continent, some old monsters communicated with each other. Innate Holy Spirit martial body. Who awakened this body? Or did someone break through to the martial sage or martial god realm? The sages and gods were all making wild guesses. However, no matter which one it was an earth-shattering event. This was because such a phenomenon had not appeared for thousands of years and the martial Dao energy of the infinite land continent was weakening. I remember that the last time the dragon sage broke through to the martial sage realm, there wasn't such a big commotion. You're still talking about me. It's as if you have. At the very least, you have to become a martial god to cause such a big commotion. It's impossible for someone to become a martial god. None of the martial sages in the infinite land continent have reached the stage of becoming a god. I'm guessing that some little guy has cast the innate Holy Spirit martial body. innate Holy Spirit martial body, that hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. The one who appeared last time had already ascended. How can there be someone in the infinite land continent who can cultivate the innate Holy Spirit martial body? A surprised voice sounded. The innate Holy Spirit martial body is too difficult. If we had achieved the innate Holy Spirit martial body back then, we might have broken through long ago. A melancholy voice said. This is also why the strongest body has been forgotten by those juniors. Not long after, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared. The old monsters exchanged a few more words and then cut off the connection. In an instant, the countries above the imperial dynasty immediately became active. They were all secretly looking for someone who had broken through to the innate Holy Spirit martial body. Of course, the countries below the imperial dynasty, although they knew about the phenomenon, they could only guess which saint or god had been conferred. As for the innate Holy Spirit martial body, they were still unclear. Moreover, every time the heaven and earth anomaly occurred, the heaven and earth would give back some benefits. For example, the most basic martial Tao strength in the air would increase. Although most people did not know what had happened, they only knew that the heaven and earth anomaly only had benefits and no harm. Many martial Tao people were grateful to the person who had caused the heaven and earth anomaly. Yi Hao didn't know that he had caused a sensation in the entire continent in an instant. If people knew that it was caused by him, his reputation would definitely soar. Countries were divided into 10 grades. The difference of 1 grade was like the difference between heaven and earth. The 6th grade imperial dynasty was also the overlord of a region in the infinite land continent. There were hundreds and thousands of duchies, marquises, and kingdoms under them. The monarch of the imperial dynasty had reached the terrifying realm of Emperor Wu. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were no different from immortals. Among them, the Great Sun imperial dynasty welcomed special guests today. Although it was only 2 girls, the monarch of the Great Sun imperial dynasty was there to receive them humbly. Moreover, the girls' temperament was extraordinary. I wonder what the 2 divine envoys are here for. The monarch of the Great Sun imperial dynasty looked at the 2 girls on his throne. One was dressed in red and the other in purple, but they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Chapter 54. Yi Hao had no idea that the arrival of the 2 divine messengers from the Great Sun Empire had something to do with him. At this moment, the bandits in the evil Dragon Valley were stunned. The heaven and earth vision in the cave exerted a strong pressure on them, and they did not dare to move recklessly. Moreover, the giant formed by the purple golden lightning in the sky struck fear in their hearts. They did not even dare to think of fighting back. However, they realized that their knowledge of martial arts seemed to have increased. It was only when the heaven and earth vision disappeared that they felt the pressure on their chests lifted. They were all panting and sweating profusely. Second brother, could it be that some martial arts expert has become a saint here? The bandit leader looked at the cave in fear and stuttered as he spoke. Big brother, I'm not sure either. However, we have killed so many of his men. We can't escape death. Let's run for our lives. The second leader of the bandits also had a cautious expression on his face. His footsteps were already moving backwards, wanting to leave this troublesome place. Brothers, let's go. The bandit leader took advantage of Hua Rong and Zhongzhu's distraction and attacked them with his weapon. Be careful. Hua Rong reacted in time and pulled Zhongzhu away. The bandit leader did not even think of attacking again. He quickly dodged and escaped. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Let's take a look at the young emperor first. Hua Rong stopped the rest who wanted to chase after them. Hua Rong knew that the other party was just frightened by the heaven and earth vision. They would die if they chased after them. At that time, they would also put the young emperor in danger. He did not know what had happened either. He only knew that Yi Hao had not become a sage. Yi Hao closed his eyes and felt that every cell in his body was being reborn. The martial arts power in the air was constantly cleansing his body and strengthening his physical defense. Although his level did not change, Yi Hao could feel that his strength was slowly increasing. The reborn cells were countless times larger than before and could store more martial arts power. The heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared. Yi Hao opened his eyes abruptly and saw that he was covered in blood. He immediately ran out of the cave and ran towards the lake. Without even taking off his clothes, he jumped into the lake and quickly washed the blood off his body. Climbing ashore, he took off his bloody clothes and threw them aside. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he turned around and walked towards the cave, where his subordinates were still waiting for him. Yi Hao didn't notice that the moment he turned around, a huge black shadow appeared in the lake and sucked away all of Yi Hao's blood. Then, the black shadow disappeared again. Young Emperor, I'm sorry for my incompetence. Hua Rong knelt on the ground apologetically. Zhongzhu followed suit. Don't say anything else. I will avenge you. You guys take care of your injuries and count the number of dead brothers. Then, help them bury their bodies. Yi Hao looked at the corpses all over the ground. He was lying in a pool of blood and felt extremely guilty. Faint mist appeared on Yi Hao's face. He looked in the direction of Mount Xiaoyu with a murderous look. I will massacre Mount Xiaoyu. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the chain mission. Mission 1, Massacre Mount Xiaoyu. Yi Hao didn't click to receive the mission reward immediately. Instead, he checked the chain mission. This was the first time Yi Hao had triggered this chain mission. Although he didn't know what the mission reward was, Yi Hao still accepted it. This was because even without the mission, he and Mount Xiaoyu were irreconcilable enemies. Young Emperor, the enemy is too strong. We are no match for them. Zhongzhu was afraid that Yi Hao would act rashly and quickly said, Don't worry. I will increase your strength. Let the uninjured brothers continue to chop trees and chisel stones. You are all injured. Rest here for a while and wait for me to return. Yi Hao looked at Hua Rong and Zhongzhu's injuries. After giving his instructions, he left on the purple cry flying horse. In the world of 10,000 countries, most of the medicine used to treat wounds were pills. Because there were too few alchemists, even the most ordinary healing pills were incomparably expensive. Therefore, only the rich and powerful could afford to use them. On the other hand, most of the soldiers in the army were seriously injured and could only wait for death. Yi Hao looked at the golden saw medicine formula in his backpack. System, is this a pill formula or an ordinary powder formula? Yi Hao asked the system. He wanted to know what kind of formula it was. If it was just powder, then he could just buy some dried herbs and grind them into powder. But if it was a pill, Yi Hao felt that it would be useless. Of course this is a pill formula. Although it is only a 10th grade pill, it is still easy to treat your subordinates. The system replied. Then I don't know how to refine pills. Yi Hao pulled the purple cry flying horse and stopped on the spot. As long as you have an alchemy furnace to refine pills, you will have a chance to activate the alchemy profession. As long as you practice a few times, this 10th grade pill is a piece of cake. The system said casually. It's that simple? Yi Hao said in surprise. It's that simple. The system gave Yi Hao a definite answer. If the people in this world knew that as long as they had an alchemy furnace, they could refine pills. Those 1 in 10,000 alchemists would probably vomit blood and die. Yi Hao didn't have any reputation points now. Otherwise, he would have used his reputation points to exchange for it. He wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Now, he could only find a city and buy some herbs. Yi Hao came to the nearest sparrow city. Yi Hao was afraid that the purple cry flying horse would attract attention. He had no choice but to leave the horse in the forest outside the city. He walked to the city gate on foot. Yi Hao's eyes constantly observed the guards of Sparrow City and the layout of the city defense. He wanted to make a good foundation for the future attack. Yi Hao checked the strength of the guards. Fortunately, although they were all warriors, they were only at the 4th or 5th rank. But this was still very terrifying. According to sources, Sparrow City had 3,000 soldiers and horses. If they were all warriors, then they could fight against 30,000 ordinary soldiers. Yi Hao paid a few copper coins and the guards didn't make things difficult for him. He easily entered the city. Maybe the guards didn't even put a child in their eyes. However, Yi Hao didn't see a single guard. After seeing him enter the city, they immediately ran to the city lord's mansion. Yi Hao immediately attracted the attention of the Sparrow Demon. He quickly sent his subordinates to follow Yi Hao. Yi Hao strolled around for a while, looking for a pharmacy. However, when he saw one, he didn't go in. Instead, he first found a few grain stores and bought all the grain inside. He also bought most of the daily necessities. He didn't even let go of the weapon stores. He swept all of them clean, although they were all ordinary weapons. This was because there were still spatial storage treasures in this world. However, they were all in the hands of a few powerful forces. Yi Hao stored everything in the system space. Although those people were shocked, they didn't find it strange. However, they had never seen a child with a spatial treasure. Speaking of which, why had the demon Sparrow sent people to follow Yi Hao? That was because there were very few outsiders who came to Sparrow City. Moreover, this was an 8th rank area. Most of the people here were relatively strong. Small city lords like them were all 8th rank martial generals. How could the sudden appearance of a child not attract their attention? The Sparrow Demon also coveted the spatial treasure in Yi Hao's hands. However, he was also very afraid. Chapter 55. Why didn't Yi Hao go directly to the pharmacy to buy the medicine? Yi Hao originally wanted to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of the Sparrow Demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the purple cry flying horse outside the city. However, he realized that someone was following him the moment he entered the city. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the other party didn't dare to make a move and didn't know his background. As long as he saw something he wanted, he would buy it all. After all, he had a lot of money. It just so happened that his subordinates in the valley were about to run out of food. Originally, he wanted to attack Little Fish Mountain and snatch some food. Now that he saw a food shop, Yi Hao bought all of it. It should be enough for his subordinates to last for 10 days to half a month. Yi Hao knew that it was about time. If this continued, the other party might make a move. Yi Hao found a few pharmacies and bought some herbs that were needed in the formula. At the same time, he also bought some useless herbs. Yi Hao originally wanted to buy the pills. That would save him a lot of trouble. However, when he saw the price, Yi Hao definitely gave up. A normal healing pill cost 1,000 gold taels. Yi Hao wondered if the other party was crazy. No wonder the army couldn't afford to use pills. Those who were seriously injured could only wait for death. With just one pill, he didn't know how many subordinates he could recruit. Who would be willing to give it to an ordinary soldier? This was only a 10th grade pill. If it was a 9th grade, 8th grade, or even a 1st grade pill, Yi Hao didn't dare to imagine how expensive it would be. He originally thought that he was rich because he had more than 10 million gold taels. Now, it seemed like he was nothing. If he used all of his 10 million gold taels to buy pills, he could only buy 10,000 pills. That meant that if he gave it to the soldiers, he could only save 10,000 soldiers' lives. However, luckily he was about to learn alchemy. He had another way to earn money. At the very least, his subordinate's safety was guaranteed. Yi Hao was very excited when he thought that he would be able to refine pills soon. After going to all the shops, he finally collected all the materials he needed. Of course, there was also a large pile of useless medicinal herbs, which he used to deceive others. After all, in this world, a single prescription was also very precious. In the words of the system, this world's 10th grade healing medicine formulas could only refine low-grade pills at most. Only very high-level alchemists could refine middle-grade or high-grade healing pills. As for the golden saw medicine formula, as long as it was refined successfully, it would be a 10th-grade high-grade pill. From this, one could see how precious this formula was. City Lord, should we attack? In the restaurant opposite the pharmacy, Sparrow Demon had been staring at Yi Hao. Sparrow Demon's subordinate asked, "Don't worry. Have you found out what kind of elixir he bought?" The Demon of Sparrows played with the thumb ring on his hand, still staring at Yi Hao and asking, "Your subordinate is incompetent. I only found out that some of the herbs he bought were for healing, but there were also for making poison and anesthesia. I don't know what the formula is at all." The subordinate was also depressed because it was impossible to use these herbs together. "Chimph, interesting." The Demon of Sparrows sneered and said, "Keep an eye on him. I want the space treasure and the elixir formula." The Demon of Sparrows' eyes were full of greed. The jade thumb ring in his hand was directly crushed into powder. The Demon of Sparrows couldn't resist the temptation of the space treasure. He had already discovered that Yi Hao's strength was definitely not at the level of a general. Moreover, he was alone. The Demon of Sparrows felt that this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. If he didn't seize it, it would be a pity. Moreover, the elixir formula in Yi Hao's hand was the last straw that broke the camel's back. If it was just an ordinary elixir formula, the Demon of Sparrows would definitely not deliberately mystify Yi Hao, which meant that the elixir formula in Yi Hao's hand was a good thing. If he could get the healing formula, he could sell it for a high price. If it was a middle-grade elixir formula, even if it was a 10th-grade elixir, it would be very valuable. The Demon of Sparrows was calculating in his heart. "Boss, do you sell alchemy furnaces here?" Yi Hao asked. Now, everything was ready except for the alchemy furnace. "Yes, but they are all ordinary alchemy furnaces. They can refine 10th-grade elixirs. How come this young master is an alchemist?" The boss asked curiously as he led Yi Hao to a small warehouse. There were 3 or 4 alchemy furnaces inside. One must know that alchemists were 1 in a million. Even the worst alchemist had an extraordinary status. The boss didn't believe that Yi Hao, who was so young, could also be an alchemist. "No, I'm buying it for my master. How can I be an alchemist? Then wouldn't I be a genius alchemist?" Yi Hao told a small lie and picked an alchemy furnace that he liked. "That's true." The boss revealed an as-expected expression. If Yi Hao could be an alchemist at such a young age, then he really didn't want to live anymore. He might as well die. Yi Hao didn't know that the boss had also learned alchemy for decades, but he had achieved nothing. This was also the reason why the boss had alchemy furnaces for sale. Yi Hao saw the 4 alchemy furnaces and wanted to ask the system to help him pick one. However, the system only said one word, "trash," and didn't say anything else. But the boss didn't lie to you. If you want to refine 10th-grade elixirs, the alchemy furnace you picked is completely fine. At most, you can earn reputation points to exchange for it. "I have all the alchemy furnaces here," the system said when it saw that Yi Hao couldn't make up its mind. "Really? How many reputation points do I need?" Yi Hao's eyes lit up. 10 million. Yi Hao rolled his eyes. "Then why are you still asking? Not to mention 10 million, he didn't even have 1,000, no, 100 reputation points. Anyway, I don't need such a good furnace right now. This one is pretty good." Yi Hao was a typical case of sour grapes, so he kept the alchemy furnace in his space. After buying what he needed, it was time to leave. However, he still had to shake off the tail. Yi Hao walked on the street, thinking about how to shake off the person who was following him. However, he couldn't shake them off. The other party kept maintaining a distance from him. Yi Hao didn't dare to act rashly. After all, this was someone else's territory. The person behind him might be the Sparrow Demon's people. Yi Hao pretended not to notice the other party and walked into a restaurant. However, he realized that the other party didn't follow him in. They just stood guard across the street. It seems that the other party also has some misgivings. Yi Hao concluded when he saw that the other party didn't dare to make a move. What Yi Hao wanted now was to leave the city. However, the other party didn't make a move. It seemed that the other party was waiting for him to leave the city before making a move. That's for the best. If you don't let me leave the city, I really can't do anything. However, once I leave the city, I have the purple cry flying horse. Let's see how you can catch up to me. Yi Hao smiled slyly. After making up his mind, Yi Hao no longer had any misgivings. He ate and drank as he pleased and ordered a table full of delicacies. I wonder how Sister Ling and the others are doing. Imperial father should have led the troops to battle. Yi Hao looked at the dishes on the table in a daze. He thought of the 8 special chefs and Johong Chestnut and the others. A sense of longing welled up in his heart. Chapter 56. Whatever, let's solve the problem at hand first. Yi Hao threw his longing and melancholy to the back of his mind. Because of his longing, Yi Hao took 4 hours to finish his meal. The people of the Sparrow Demon were already impatient. System, help me receive the mission reward. Yi Hao said to the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up by 3 levels. You have been promoted to a 3rd rank Marshal General. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for promoting to a Marshal General. Your summoning authority has been raised to a Marshal General. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for promoting to a Marshal General. You have been rewarded with the skill Hidden Martial Arts. Oh my god, I can finally summon a Marshal General expert. Qian Guo, just you wait. Yi Hao forgot that he was in a restaurant and danced with joy. System, how many resurrection points or soul points do I need to summon a Marshal General? Yi Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. If it was 200 or 300 points, how could he summon 3 Marshal General experts? At that time, he would not have to be afraid of the Sparrow Demon. What bird demon? He would just beat it to death, 1000 resurrection points or soul points. The summoned subordinates will all have the strength of a peak Marshal General. They will also be drawn from historical generals. The general's talent will not change, but their strength will become stronger. 1000 resurrection points, why don't you just rob people? Yi Hao said excitedly. He only had 1000 resurrection points, which meant that he could only summon 1 Marshal General. However, when he thought about the strength of a peak Marshal General, he felt that it was worth the points. He was only able to run here because he was chased by a 2nd rank Marshal General until he pissed his pants. No matter what, being able to summon a Marshal General as a subordinate was a joyous matter. Moreover, his strength had also increased to a 3rd rank Marshal General. In addition, he had the innate Holy Spirit martial body. Even if he faced a 5th rank Marshal General, Yi Hao thought to himself. What is this hidden martial arts? Yi Hao immediately checked the information. It turned out to be a skill to hide one's strength. Yi Hao immediately hid his strength to the martial warrior realm. He still had to play with the people outside. What if he exposed his strength and the other party did not dare to come? Yi Hao raised his head and looked in the direction of the Sparrow Demon. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately lowered his head to eat. City Lord, that kid seems to have discovered us, one of the Demon Sparrow's subordinates said cautiously. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a kid in the martial warrior realm. You're already a 4th Order Marshal General, and I'm an 8th Order Marshal General. What's there to be afraid of? The Demon Sparrow didn't care at all because he was determined to obtain the treasures on Yi Hao's body. Yes. The subordinate thought it made sense. After all, the City Lord was right. The other party was just a child in the martial warrior realm. Even he could kill Yi Hao thousands of times with one hand. Unfortunately, they didn't know Yi Hao's true strength. But City Lord, Aren't you afraid of the power behind this brat? The subordinate still asked worriedly. After all, he had a spatial treasure and a seemingly powerful elixir formula. He was so generous and dared to be so unscrupulous and high-profile in other people's territory. Either his brain was damaged or he had a powerful background. Looking at Yi Hao's appearance, it couldn't be that his brain was damaged. It must be the latter. What's there to be afraid of? This is our territory. He actually sent himself to our doorstep. He asked for it. The demon sparrow had been blinded by the benefits and was very impatient. He didn't listen to his subordinate's words at all. At worst, we'll just kill this brat and leave Sparrow City. At that time, it doesn't matter how strong his backing is. The Myriad Kingdom continent is so big, where can he find us? The demon sparrow looked at his subordinate who still had a worried face. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well and comforted him with a smile. When the subordinate heard this, he felt that it made sense and didn't ask any more questions. Yi Hao looked at the sky. It was already late. He had to hurry back to the valley. Moreover, the resources needed for the city should be almost collected. It was better to quickly build the city. He got up and paid the bill, then walked out of the city. City Lord, that brat left. The subordinate's eyes lit up and said excitedly. The demon sparrow was just about to follow when one of his subordinates came to report, City Lord, the City Lord of Pool City is here. He's already waiting for you in the residence. What's he doing here? The demon sparrow's face instantly turned cold. Why did he have to come at such a crucial time? However, he had to go and see the City Lord of Pool City. After all, he wasn't as strong as the others. Most importantly, he was afraid that the news would be leaked to the City Lord of Pool City. At that time, he would have to share the benefits with others. That wouldn't be worth it. City Lord, why don't I deal with the City Lord of Pool City and you go after that brat? The subordinate was very perceptive and said when he saw the demon sparrow in a difficult position. No, you go after that brat. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you as soon as possible. The demon sparrow heard his subordinate's suggestion. He looked at him and waved his hand to deny it. You go after that brat. Do it cleanly. If you fail and let that brat escape, you'll bring your head to me. The demon sparrow said sternly. The coldness in his tone made people shudder. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly stepped forward and rushed out of the city with his subordinates. Did you see a child just now? The subordinate led his men to the city gate and asked the city guard anxiously. Reporting to the leader, he went that way. The city guard immediately pointed in a direction. Go after him. The leader mounted his horse and led his men to chase in the direction Yi Hao ran. Yi Hao rode the purple cry flying horse leisurely and kept looking back. Why aren't they here yet? These people are too slow. Finally, after a few minutes, Yi Hao heard sporadically the sound of horse hooves coming from behind. Not long after, more than 10 horses galloped towards him and quickly surrounded him. Yi Hao had no choice but to stop the purple cry flying horse. More than 10 people pulled out their weapons and stared at Yi Hao. With just a word from their leader, Yi Hao was chopped off his horse and turned into minced meat. I say, you guys are too slow. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Hao complained impatiently. The leader didn't know what to say. Yi Hao's calmness made him a little flustered. He looked around worriedly but didn't see anyone for a long time. How are we slow? Your horse is running so fast. We can't catch up at all. Without waiting for the leader to speak, one of the leader's subordinates suddenly answered in a daze. My horse is fast, so it's my fault. Yi Hao looked at the subordinate strangely and spread out his hands. And look, I've been waiting for you guys. Yi Hao crossed his legs and sat on the horse. He didn't feel like he was facing a powerful enemy and looked lazy. Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure on you. The leader pointed his weapon at Yi Hao and said impatiently, if I hand it over, can you spare my life? Yi Hao pretended to be afraid. Of course, the leader said without hesitation. He wanted to trick Yi Hao into giving him the treasure before making a move. "Leader, didn't the city lord ask us to kill this kid?" The subordinate asked in confusion. "Shut up. When did the city lord say that?" The leader glared fiercely at the subordinate. He wondered why he brought this fool out. "We were in the city just now. The city lord said that he'll rush over later. He said that if you can't complete the mission, you'll have to pay him with your head." The subordinate thought that the leader had forgotten and kept reminding him. Chapter 57. Leader, I told him that our Castellan didn't want to kill him. Dumbass stole a glance at the leader and felt that he had to explain himself. Otherwise, he would be in trouble when he went back. "Get out of my way." The leader was so angry that he slapped Dumbass's face. "Humph, you didn't even allow me to tell the truth. Why did you hit me?" Dumbass covered his cheek and whispered. He looked at the leader with resentment. "Kid, hand over the thing if you know what's good for you. I'll let you die easily." The leader didn't have the patience to waste time with Yi Hao. He directly threatened Yi Hao. In his opinion, Yi Hao was only at the warrior realm. He didn't care about him at all. He was a rank 4 martial general. This little kid was at his mercy. Even if he had a powerful force behind him, he would still kill him. The leader seemed to have the life and death of Yi Hao in his hands. "Leader, you said that you wanted to kill him. You just said that you wanted to kill me." Before Yi Hao could say anything, Dumbass covered his face and looked at his leader angrily. "Why should I be beaten when you said it yourself? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you first. Do you believe me?" The leader took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He forced a smile and said to Dumbass. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. If it was someone else, he would have killed him. After all, he was his brother-in-law. "Then my sister won't forgive you." Dumbass didn't believe him. The group of people tried hard to hold back their laughter. Their faces were all red. "Shut your mouth," the leader roared. Dumbass knew that the leader was really angry, so it hurriedly covered its mouth with its hands and stared at the leader with its big eyes. "Kid, are you going to hand it over or not?" Seeing that his brother-in-law had shut up, the leader looked at Yi Hao. "Since you all want to kill me, why should I give it to you? I'm going to die anyway." Brother-in-law is right. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Dumbass quickly nodded. When he saw his brother-in-law's angry face, he quickly covered his mouth and looked at the sky, as if to say that it wasn't him who said that. Yi Hao didn't expect to meet such a joker in this world. If they weren't enemies, Yi Hao wouldn't have killed him. Then there's no room for discussion. "Go." The leader retreated his horse to the side and ordered his subordinates. He felt that Yi Hao's strength was not worth his time. His subordinates were enough. "Kill." Hearing the leader's order, Dumbass was the first one to rush up, but he was stopped by the leader. The first one to rush up would definitely be at a disadvantage. No matter how stupid his brother-in-law was, he was still better than the others. As long as Dumbass attacked last, he would get the credit. As everyone was riding on horses, they couldn't rush up together. They could only attack in 2s and 3s, which gave Yi Hao enough time to react. Although Yi Hao's strength had increased, it was still his first time fighting on a horse. Luckily, Ziming's Pegasus was psychic and allowed Yi Hao to use his powers freely. However, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with 3 people. Fortunately, their strength wasn't very high. They were all in the martial warrior realm, so it was difficult for them to cause any harm to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and slashed one of them in the stomach. Blood gushed out like a fountain and that person fell to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th-ranked martial warrior. The reward is 70 soul points. Yi Hao used his blade to block the attacks of the 2 people behind him. He skillfully turned his horse around and rushed into the group of people. No one thought that Yi Hao would dare to do this. Many people panicked. Before they could retaliate, They were cut down by Yi Hao. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th-ranked martial warrior. The reward is 70 soul points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 8th-ranked martial warrior. The reward is 80 soul points. Ding dong, in one round, Yi Hao killed another 3 people. Quick, all of you attack together. The leader didn't expect Yi Hao's martial arts to be so good. Even when he was surrounded by so many of his subordinates, he wasn't injured at all. He even killed 4 of his subordinates. What kind of person is this child? Is he really only in the martial warrior realm? The leader squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. With so many people, Yi Hao found it difficult to deal with them. After all, this was his first time fighting on a horse. It was too late to dismount now. He couldn't use the butterfly shadow technique on the horse. He could only rely on Ziming's nimble dodging to help him avoid some of the attacks. Don't hurt that horse. The leader's eyes lit up as he looked at the light purple horse. There were some lightning patterns on its body and its hair was very soft. It was a good horse and it was also very intelligent. It was obvious that the leader wanted to take it for himself. After helping the city lord steal so many things, it shouldn't be a problem to reward him with a horse. In the end, when the leader said this, all the subordinates were even more afraid of getting on Ziming's horse. This gave Yi Hao a chance to counterattack. He blocked with the long blade in his hand and attacked at the same time. Why don't I use 2 blades? Yi Hao suddenly thought of this and immediately took out a blade from his space. He held one in each hand. At the beginning, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. Although he couldn't attack, it was still enough to block. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for comprehending a new skill. Good things come in pairs. Good things come in pairs, attack skill. It can only be activated by holding a weapon in both hands. Attack speed increase by 20%, reaction speed increase by 20%, strength increase by 20%. Holding a weapon in both hands. The leader looked at Yi Hao holding a weapon in each hand. However, his attacks became weaker and he could only defend. He sneered in his heart, "Do you really think holding a weapon in both hands is that easy?" Originally, riding a horse increased the difficulty of attacking. Holding a weapon in both hands made it even harder to control the horse. Moreover, there were very few people who could hold a weapon in both hands. After all, holding a weapon in both hands was indeed more aggressive than holding a weapon in one hand. However, it undoubtedly increased the difficulty of practicing. If one had the time to practice, they might as well practice it. Moreover, there were too few martial arts skills that could use a weapon in both hands. If they couldn't master it well, they might as well hold a weapon in one hand. Therefore, basically no one would do this. A child will be a child. He doesn't understand the principle of being greedy. The leader looked at Yi Hao with disdain. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Hao would be taken down immediately. What? The leader suddenly shouted, "How is this possible?" What he wanted to see didn't happen. Instead, Yi Hao's attacks became even more ferocious. His subordinates couldn't even react to it. Could there really be geniuses in this world? The leader was a little doubtful of life. From a rusty defense to a fierce attack, it only took a few seconds. In his heart, he was still wondering if Yi Hao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and was deliberately playing with them. "Brother-in-law, I'll go and meet him." Seeing that his brothers were about to be killed, Erhuo was very angry. He didn't wait for the leader to make a decision and attacked. "Let's end this quickly." The leader didn't stop him. He knew that although this brother-in-law of his was a little stupid, he was stronger than him. Erhuo was even 2 levels higher than him. If he wasn't a little stupid, his status would definitely be higher than his. Chapter 58. Erhu rode over and the rest of the people quickly made way for him. It could be seen that Erhu still had some influence among these people. Otherwise, these people would not have made way for him. Although Erhu was stupid, he was still fat and strong. He waved his big axe vigorously. This brat is really powerful. Our brothers are going to kill him. Now that the fool has made his move, this brat will definitely die. The remaining subordinates retreated to the side and muttered with lingering fear. They looked at Yi Hao with a trace of fear. Fortunately, the fool had made his move. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the fool was stupid, his strength was only below the Sparrow Demon in Sparrow City. If not for his stupidity, the deputy city lord might have been his. Everyone thought highly of the fool. Yi Hao used his detection technique and found that he was not a match for him. There was a difference of 3 ranks between him and the opponent. If the opponent was at the 5th rank, he would have the strength to fight. Just now, he did not see the Sparrow Demon and their leader was only at the 4th rank. His subordinate, Yi Hao, was too lazy to check everyone's strength. But when he saw this fool brandishing his axe, Yi Hao found that the other party had actually reached the 6th level of Marshal General. He was definitely not a match for him. Now that he was in a battle state, he could no longer summon generals. Seeing Erhu rushing in front of him, Yi Hao had an idea. Look, your sister is here. My sister. Where is he? Dumbass was fooled. He turned around and looked behind. Dodge. The smile on the leader's face immediately froze and he shouted in exasperation. I lied to you. Yi Hao waved his blade at Erhu with a grim smile on his face. You are courting death. Erhu saw that there was no one behind him and realized that he had been deceived. He was furious, but at this time, he found that his neck could not turn back. After he finished speaking, his head fell to the ground and he died with his eyes wide open. What? He was killed just like that. This brat is too cunning. He actually took advantage of Erhu's weakness. Everyone was waiting for a fool to behead Yi Hao. No one thought that the situation would change so quickly. Yi Hao had effortlessly killed an expert of the 6th stage of the Marshal General. Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th rank Marshal General. You have obtained 300 soul points. The reward for the first time killing a Marshal General has increased by 1 rank. The reward is the low-grade profound rank Marshal skill, Mountain and River Break. Ding dong, the host has killed a Marshal General ranked expert. The novice period has passed, and the system is unable to absorb 100% of the soul power of the killed person. Therefore, the system will no longer give 100% soul points for killing an enemy. The system will reward the host with soul points based on the amount of soul points it absorbs. Ding dong, in order to compensate the host is rewarded with 1 level. A series of system notifications rang out. Although Yi Hao was dissatisfied with the decrease in the amount of soul points, there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, he was rewarded with an increase in rank, which was enough to deal with the current situation. Then, a headless corpse fell off the horse, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brat, you're courting death. When the leader saw his brother-in-law's head fall to the ground, his eyes were spitting fire. He shouted angrily and raised his spear, charging towards Yi Hao. Everyone sighed in relief. Fortunately, the leader went himself. In their opinion, the leader would not be tricked like Erhu. Moreover, the leader was strong. If he made a move, Yi Hao could only fall here. Let's see who's courting death. Yi Hao raised his rank to the 5th rank Marshal General and completely exposed his strength. He looked at the leader and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. 4th rank Marshal General. Killing him would give him a lot of soul points. 5th rank Marshal General. How is this possible? When the leader felt Yi Hao's aura, he hurriedly reined in his horse. He stared at Yi Hao cautiously. When he saw the smile on Yi Hao's face, he couldn't help but panic. Brothers, quickly retreat. The leader thought for a while and knew he was not a match for Erhu. He quickly turned his horse around and shouted to his subordinates. The subordinates knew of Yi Hao's strength and wanted to run. When they heard the leader's words, they quickly turned their horses around and ran towards Sparrow City. 5th rank Marshal General. The leader had just broken through to the 4th rank Marshal General. If he could not even defeat the leader, then it was even more impossible for them to defeat him. They only wanted to run now. They waved the horse whips in their hands, hoping to run faster and run back to Sparrow City. That way, they would be safe. You only know how to run now. It's too late. Yi Hao saw the group of people running away in panic. He squeezed his horse's belly and said to Ziming, "Ziming, chase after them." In this moment, the pursuers became the ones being chased. Some of them even dropped their weapons on the ground. They did not bother to pick them up and only cared about running away. "How is his horse so fast?" One of the subordinates was scared out of his wits. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he cried out in a tearless voice. He hoped that he was not the last one. Yi Hao's body had a breakthrough and he had the innate Holy Spirit martial body. He had grown a lot taller, but no matter how one looked at him, he was still a child. But he was still a child. Now, he was riding a purple horse and holding a blood knife in his hands. He was chasing after a group of adults, crying for his parents. If these adults were ordinary people, it would be fine. But everyone here was at least a 6th rank martial warrior and the one running first was a 4th rank martial warrior. In an instant, Yi Hao had caught up with one of his subordinates. The subordinate hurriedly ran away and kept looking back. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, he looked back again. He saw a child's smile reflected in his mind. But the fear in his heart spread. This was simply the smile of a devil. To break mountains and rivers, Yi Hao waved the large knife in his hand and directly cut the subordinate's waist in half. Ding dong, congratulations on killing a 7th rank martial warrior. You have received 40 soul points. Sure enough, my soul points have decreased. Yi Hao was very depressed. He had lost 30 soul points in an instant. If he had known earlier, he would not have killed a martial general expert. Yi Hao kept complaining in his heart. However, if he had a choice, he would definitely choose to kill those at the martial general level. No matter what, people always looked to the top, and water flowed to the bottom. Everyone wanted to become stronger and stronger. But at this moment, Yi Hao was depressed. These people had become Yi Hao's targets to vent his anger. As long as he caught up with them, he would directly kill them without waiting for them to fight back. None of his subordinates were a match for him. Even their leader was scared out of his wits by Yi Hao. They only wanted to return to the city quickly. When the time comes, with the city lord around, their lives would be saved. Awesome. Yi Hao shouted excitedly. Yi Hao finally knew why the ancient people liked to gallop on the battlefield. It was because this kind of killing the enemy and seeing the enemy's helpless and fearful eyes simply made one's blood boil. There's only one left, one left. Yi Hao looked at the leader who was running at the front and narrowed his eyes. He stopped the purple cry flying horse and calmly took out a bow and arrow from the space. When the leader saw the looming Sparrow City in front, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. At the same time, he did not forget to shout loudly, "Brat, just you wait. The city lord will definitely kill you." When the leader heard the sound of horse hooves disappear behind him, he thought that Yi Hao did not dare to chase after him. Chapter 59. What's that sound? An ear-piercing sound came from behind him, alerting the leader. The leader felt that the sound was slightly familiar, but he couldn't recall what it was. The leader felt a sharp pain from his back to his chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the blood-stained arrowhead on his chest. He never thought that a child could be so good at archery. The leader could already see the city gate, and a few of his subordinates were running towards him. However, he felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and his body was cold. Was he going to die just like that? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 4th-level martial general. 230 soul points gained. Yi Hao heard the system notification and looked at Sparrow City with a disdainful sneer. You dare to fight with your master Hao? Next time, I'll turn you into a dead sparrow. Yi Hao turned his horse around and looked at the sky. The sun was about to set. He had been careless and wasted so much time. He hurried back to the valley. Sparrow City's gate guards saw the leader riding over and quickly came to welcome him. Not good, quickly report to the city lord. The guard saw that the leader was shot in the back, and his expression changed as he shouted in panic. On the Sparrow Demon's side, he had sent the people of Pool City away with great difficulty. Just as he was about to chase after Yi Hao, he heard his subordinates report. He was so angry that he directly slapped the reporting guard to death. After thinking for a long time, the Sparrow Demon still sent people to follow the path that Yi Hao took to check if they could find any news about Yi Hao. At the same time, they set up defenses to prevent the forces behind Yi Hao from coming to find trouble. They were ready to escape at any time. Why is there no one? Rushing back to the valley, Yi Hao saw that the valley entrance was quiet and there was no one there. He couldn't help but worry. If this was the country of Yi Hao wouldn't have to worry. Hua Rong and the rest were strong enough. However, the region here was different. Everyone here was a martial artist, and there were many martial generals. Hua Rong and the rest were not strong enough. Yi Hao didn't understand why Hua Rong was able to kill a first-level martial general, but Yi Hao was able to kill a first-level martial general and pass the novice-level martial general, but Yi Hao was able to pass the novice-level martial general. However, it was fortunate that Yi Hao hadn't killed the generals yet. Therefore, when they killed that group of bandits, Yi Hao obtained close to 3,000 soul points. In addition to the soul points he obtained earlier, Yi Hao now had almost 4,000 soul points and 1,000 resurrection points. Don't tell me that the bandits came back after I left. Yi Hao's killing intent rose as he thought of this. Sooner or later, I will lead the living beings of the Chaos Realm to stand at the top of this continent. Yi Hao looked at a corner of the forest and swore in his heart. Have the materials been gathered? Yi Hao turned to ask Hua Rong. Now, he couldn't wait to build the city. At the very least, this would be his first city. His conquest of the continent would begin here. Reporting to Shao Di, everything is ready. Hua Rong looked at the pile of graves and felt an indescribable sadness. He could only blame himself for being too weak and unable to protect them and Shao Di. System, I want to build the city. Yi Hao said to the system in his mind. Ding dong, the system is confirming. 1,000 units of trees completed, 1,000 units of stones completed. 1,000 units of food completed. Ding dong, construction has begun. Construction will take 24 hours. After the system's notification ended, the 100 workers seemed to have taken drugs. Each of them had an endless amount of energy and strength. Yi Hao and the others were stunned. However, Yi Hao still had doubts about whether these people could build a city in a day. But looking at the workers, Yi Hao really wondered what the system had done to them. After dinner, Yi Hao found an empty space and took out his alchemy furnace. Yi Hao threw a bunch of herbs into the furnace and closed the lid. Only then did he realize that he didn't have any charcoal. He also didn't have the alchemy fire or deviant fire that was mentioned in novels. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Hao. He hurriedly found some dry branches in the forest. After a lot of effort, he finally lit the fire. However, the system's notification didn't come even after a long time. Yi Hao sat on the ground and looked at the furnace in boredom. After some time, Yi Hao smelled a pungent burnt smell. Yi Hao wondered if the system was toying with him. A few people were squatting in the distance. They were peeking at Yi Hao and whispering among themselves. General Hua, why do you think Shao Di is sitting there? Zhongzhu looked at Yi Hao in confusion and whispered to Hua Rong. How would I know? Shao Di's leisure isn't something we can understand. Maybe he's researching some miraculous medicine. Hua Rong guessed. You want to fight with me? Young Emperor, don't tell me you've drugged that kid. Zhongzhu had been hiding at the side, waiting to see Hua Rong make a fool of himself. However, he suddenly saw Hua Rong running towards the furnace happily as if he had turned into a different person. Zhongzhu was stunned. He did not know that General Hua had such a fetish. You'll know when the time comes. Yi Hao did not tell Zhongzhu. Zhongzhu was very puzzled. Young Emperor, what do you think of my work? In less than 5 minutes, Hua Rong brought the furnace to Yi Hao for inspection. He looked nervous, afraid that Yi Hao would not help him improve his strength if he did not pass. Millimeter, not bad. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the furnace was indeed clean. I'll show you what I can do. Young Emperor, no. Hua Rong was very happy to be praised by Yi Hao. However, when he heard that Yi Hao wanted to refine more pills, his expression changed instantly. Could it be that young Emperor was playing with him? Both of you, stop right there. Yi Hao saw that the two of them wanted to run away. How could he let them have their way? He still had to regain his face. Otherwise, he would lose all his face in front of the generals, even if he knew that they would not betray him. Hua Rong and Zhongzhu could only stop thinking about running away. They stood at the side and looked at Yi Hao bitterly. Yi Hao followed the recipe's instructions and threw the herbs into the alchemy furnace. The operation method appeared in his mind, allowing him to infuse his martial arts into the alchemy furnace. The rest was not up to him. In any case, the system told him that the success rate of concocting a 10th grade alchemy pill was 100%. Hey, General Zhong, young Emperor seems to know how to refine pills. Let's wait and see. Zhongzhu and Hua Rong were surprised to see Yi Hao's reaction. Could it be that Xiao Di had hidden his skills so well that he could even refine pills? However, when they thought of the scene just now, the two of them could only continue watching suspiciously. It looks like it's almost done. Yi Hao looked at the progress bar in his mind. The furnace was already emitting the fragrance of pills. Yi Hao was delighted and looked forward to it. Ding dong, congratulations on refining a 10th grade golden saw medicine. You have gained 1 alchemist experience point. Yi Hao kept staring at the progress bar in his mind. When the progress bar ended, the system sounded immediately. Yi Hao could not wait to open the furnace. Immediately, a strong smell of pills assailed his nose. Looking at the 3 pills lying quietly in the furnace, Yi Hao took out all 3 pills. It's really done. Young Emperor is too amazing. Hua Rong and Zhongzhu looked at the elixir in Yi Hao's hand and said in disbelief. There were very few alchemists in this world. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to refine the elixir so easily. Just let us stay here with you. Zhongzhu had completely recovered. Hearing Yi Hao's order, he quickly requested. No need. Yi Hao directly refused. With the two of them here, they wouldn't be of much help to him. He might as well let them go and rest. Tomorrow, when the situation in the city improved, he would organize his troops and destroy Little Fish Mountain first. Then, he would complete the chain mission and take revenge for those who had died. Then I'll take my leave. Young Emperor, please rest well. Hua Rong said with concern. At the same time, he and Zhongzhu bowed and left. Wait, distribute these pills to the injured soldiers first. Yi Hao stopped the two of them and pointed at the 30 to 40 pills that he had made. Every minute the soldiers were injured, they would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Yi Hao could not bear to see his subordinates suffer. I wonder how father is doing in the war. Yi Hao put the herbs into the furnace and continued to make pills. He looked at the night sky. The quiet night made him feel bored and he missed Yi Batian. Speaking of Yi Batian, according to Yi Hao's plan, Yi Batian had secretly attacked Xiaoyu Mountain. The Yi country didn't give the Zhao country any time to react and defeated the Zhao country 3 times in a row. The The Zhao country had no choice but to retreat. What the Zhao country didn't expect was that the Yi country had unknowingly gathered a group of troops and took advantage of the chaos at the front lines to attack the Zhao country's capital. Who would have thought that the Qian country would brazenly help the Zhao country at this time? This made Yi Batian furious. However, there was nothing they could do. The advantage that Yi had gained with great difficulty was gone in an instant. They were in a stalemate. In the imperial palace of the state of Zhao, although it was already late at night, the lights were still on, and the noise was incessant. Thank you, Ninth Prince, for your help. Otherwise, Zhao would have been destroyed. The Zhao emperor looked at the young man opposite him. This young man was called Qian Zheng. He was Qian country's ninth prince. Qian country had been siding with Zhao and suppressing Yi all these years. All of this was because of Yi Hao's fiancée, Zhao Yunhan, the ninth princess of Zhao. No need to be so polite. This is all for Han'er's sake. The ninth prince was arrogant. But when he looked at Zhao Yunhan, his gaze instantly became gentle. His eyes were filled with love as he looked at Zhao Yunhan. Although Zhao Yunhan was still young, he could already see that she was a beauty. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Thank you, Your Highness, for your help. Han'er is very grateful. Zhao Yunhan smiled and thanked him. Han'er, there's no need to be so courteous. Chapter 62. In the evil dragon valley, Yi Hao still didn't know that Yi country's army was being obstructed. He also didn't know that his fiancée was borrowing the help of Qian country to devour Yi country. Yi Hao was in the valley, constantly refining pills. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, his alchemist level had reached level 2, but he was still far from level 3. Unfortunately, he had used up all the herbs. Otherwise, Yi Hao would have wanted to raise his level to 3 in one go. Other than the golden saw balm, there was also a laxative formula. In Sparrow City, Yi Hao also bought some laxative ingredients and refined some. But because they were only level 10 pills, their effects weren't that great. However, Yi Hao had asked the system. Because these were perfect quality pills, they were comparable to low-grade level 8 pills. They were effective for warriors below Wu Hu's level. Although he felt that he didn't need these laxatives, Yi Hao still refined some and stored them in the system's storage space. After refining, Yi Hao counted the number of golden saw balms. There were more than 1,000 of them. Yi Hao was satisfied. He collected all the pills. No matter what, these pills were enough for now. Then, he stored the alchemy furnace into the system's storage space. Yi Hao looked at the sky and saw that it was already dawn. Yi Hao yawned and sleepily walked to the only cave in the valley. He wanted to catch up on some sleep. He didn't sleep for the whole night. He was really sleepy. When he passed by a guard on night duty, he took out dozens of golden saw balms and gave them to the guard, asking him to give them to the rest of the lightly injured. Yi Hao looked at the city that was being built. The rough outline was already built, and the 100 workers were still working as if they were drinking medicine. This is simply squeezing the labor force, Yi Hao said, blushing with shame. It seemed that this was the magical part of the construction plan. It only needed a small amount of materials and manpower to build a city quickly. System, help me check the character information. Yi Hao country, Yi country, level 10 kingdom, identity, 18th prince of Yi country summoning authority, level 2 strength, 5th order martial general, innate holy spirit martial body, skills, probing, basic, able to probe the information of characters no higher than the main character. Martial skills, shattering mountains and rivers, butterfly shadow step mount, purple cry flying horse alchemy 2, beast taming technique, elementary, can tame ordinary BMW and wild animals. The art of archery can be spread at 100 paces. Resurrection points, 1,000 soul points, 3,900 reputation, 0 generals, 24 chefs, 148 soldiers, 87 normal people, 196 subordinates, 16 peak martial artist subordinates, Zhongyang items, appearance-changing pill, 10, teleportation talisman, 1, ability level up once, golden saw medicine formula, laxative formula, erguitu formula money, 1,110 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,010 copper coins mission, heart of the strong SSS chain mission 1, massacre Xiaoyu Mountain. Yi Hao looked at his own stats. It seemed that Zhao Zilong and the others were still safe and sound. Otherwise, the number of generals he could summon would have decreased. However, the number of chefs and warriors he could summon hadn't changed. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Host, don't worry. The system will notify you when a summoned character dies. The system reminded him. However, the casualties of the soldiers in the valley today were quite serious. Out of the 300 soldiers, only 87 were left. Out of the 20 peak martial artists, only 7 were left. Yi Hao looked at the resurrection points and soul points. Fortunately, he still had a lot of resurrection points and soul points. It was enough to raise the group's strength to another level. When the time came, he would first destroy Xiaoyu Mountain before attacking Sparrow City. Yi Hao had a plan in mind. At the very least, before returning to Yi Country, he would destroy all the forces within 100 miles radius and turn them into his own territory. This would lay a good foundation for his future development. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The city has been built. Ding dong, reward to the host for leveling up by 1 level. Ding dong, reward to the host for 3,000 units of food. Ding dong, reward to the host for building the archery camp. Ding dong, reward to the host for building the cavalry camp. Ding dong, reward to the host for building the spear camp. Ding dong, reward to the host for 100 dragon tiger pills. We hope that the host will continue to work hard and build a country soon. Yi Hao was once again woken up from his sleep by the system. He immediately checked the system's information and was in a daze for a long time. Damn, system, why are you so generous? There are 100 dragon tiger pills alone. It's enough to immediately create 100 peak martial artist soldiers. Wouldn't that be enough to wipe out Xiaoyu Mountain? Archery camp blueprint. You can build a level 1 archery camp. Once completed, you can immediately summon archers. Construction requirements: 100 units of stone, 100 units of food, 100 units of wood, 1,000 taels of gold, 10 soldiers. Construction time is 24 hours. Yi Hao was so excited that he couldn't speak. With these barracks, he wouldn't have to worry about the training of his soldiers or the issue of equipment. With the barracks, all his problems would be solved. Host, please take note. The barracks also have an additional effect. It can train the ordinary people of this world into soldiers in a short period of time. It can also nurture loyalty to the host. The higher the loyalty, the greater the potential. The system continued. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Because he wanted to dominate this world and gain reputation, he couldn't kill everyone. Moreover, relying on the system's summoning wasn't enough. He definitely needed the people of this world, the soldiers of this world, to quickly gain control of this world. Now that he had the barracks, it would be much more convenient. It seemed that the system was considerate of him. Yi Hao thought to himself. Greetings, young emperor. The construction of the city has been completed. Yi Hao walked out of the cave. Hua Rong and Zhong Zhu couldn't wait to report to Yi Hao. Let's go and take a look together. Yi Hao couldn't wait to check out the city. A city stood in the middle of a valley. It was surrounded by mountains on both sides. The front faced the entrance of the valley and the back faced the valley. The city walls were more than 10 meters tall. Yi Hao couldn't believe that it could be built in a day. Entering the city from the back, Yi Hao saw that there were all kinds of houses and shops. Walking to the middle of the city, there was even a city lord's residence. It was built very majestically. There were even 2 huge stone lions erected at the entrance. Yi Hao was followed by a group of soldiers. Their faces were filled with excitement. At the same time, they looked at Yi Hao with admiration. Yi Hao led the group to the front of the city gate and climbed up the city wall. The entire city wall blocked the entrance of the valley. There was only one gate to enter the city. This is really a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. I didn't expect the system to build a city to be so humane. Yi Hao observed the entire city. It wasn't too big. It was about the same size as Sparrow City. However, it was still a far cry from the capital of Yi country. The entire city should be able to accommodate 30,000 soldiers. Yi Hao was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this valley was a treasure trove that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Why didn't anyone build a city here? It's a pity that although there is a city, there is no population. Yi Hao looked at the empty city and thought to himself. This was because a city must have a population. Only then would there be people to farm. Only then would there be food and a good cycle. He couldn't possibly keep exchanging and buying food. Looking at the head who was rushing towards him, he revealed a bloodthirsty light, third-level Marshal General. Let's see how many rounds you can last. Little brat, I think you should go home and drink milk. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The head mocked disdainfully. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Yi Hao's chest. Yi Hao didn't bother with him anymore. He easily dodged the oncoming long sword and slashed at the head's back with his saber. A wound more than 20 centimeters long appeared. Blood instantly gushed out. Yi Hao didn't want the head to die so easily. How could he face his dead subordinates? He wanted to slowly torture the head to death. Brothers, let's attack together. The second head stood at the side. Seeing the speed of Yi Hao's attack, he knew that the head was definitely not a match for him. He shouted to his subordinates. Let's see who dares to move. A magnetic voice sounded. Hua Rong led a group of soldiers and surrounded all the bandits. Who are you? I don't know how we have offended you. The second head felt Hua Rong's pressure and said with difficulty. Don't you recognize me? Hua Rong said jokingly. It's you. How is this possible? With your strength. The second head finally recognized Hua Rong. However, he really couldn't understand. The day before yesterday, he had been defeated by him. In such a short time, he felt powerless facing him. Dense cold sweat seeped out of the second head's forehead. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have ignored the head and escaped by himself. Now, the other party had come with ill intentions. He could feel that the overall strength of these soldiers was much stronger than before. The second head quickly thought of a countermeasure. He secretly glanced at the head, who was already covered in wounds. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.